Good morning, everyone. This meeting of the California Underground Facilities Safe Excavation Board is now called to order. Secretary, please call the roll.
Bianchini.
Here.
Charland.
Here.
Del Toro.
Present.
On the screen.
Johns.
Here.
Johnson.
Present.
Munoz.
Oh,
Boss.
no. Here. Just
Thank you. May I remind everyone to please mute? So we can hear a lot of feedback. Thank you. Well, I want to welcome everyone and hope everybody's plans for Thanksgiving is scheduled and ready to go. So I'm excited to be here and I appreciate all the participants that are here, and it's going to be a filled day today. So I look forward to getting started. So I'll just go ahead and proceed. Pursuant to Assembly Bill 361 and to improve and enhance public access to state meetings during COVID-19 pandemic, we meet today by webinar. The meeting will proceed in the same manner as meetings previous. However, I ask that everyone please be aware of crosstalk by ceding the floor as necessary to one another and each taking a turn to comment. Those in attendance who are not scheduled to present at this meeting are currently muted. Those wishing to provide public comments may do so by submitting them through the webinar, ask a question, or audio functions. If you have joined via webinar and would like to make an audio comment on an item during the public comment period, please indicate that you wish to do so by pressing the raise hand function in the webinar system and wait for your name to be called. When staff calls your name, you will be unmuted and may provide your comment. When your comment has concluded, you will be muted again. Staff will read aloud comments submitted via text through the webinar Ask a Question function. Thank you all for your patience and understanding as we meet today under these circumstances. We will now proceed to public comment on topics within the board's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda today. If you would like to make a comment, please click the raise hand button in the webinar or submit your comment via the Ask Question feature. For everyone's knowledge, we are accepting public comment via the webinar platform. It may take several seconds to ensure that that person's requesting comments are able to get their comments heard. Please be patient. Staff, are there any public comments on this item?
We've received no public comments.
See no further comments, we will proceed. For item 3, several members need to recuse themselves. We do not have a quorum for this item, therefore moving to the next item. The next item before the board is an information item where the regional notification centers will be providing a technology update. These presentations are required by Government Code 4216.3C2, which states, the regional notification centers shall annually report to the board regarding their continual technological development in their roles of facilitating communication between excavators and operators in a manner that enhances safety, accountability, and efficiency. I now invite the 2 regional notification centers in California, Dig Alert and USA North 811, to provide their presentations. We will defer to the centers on who would like to go first.
Over here, and diamond, click right there. Sorry, and diamond right there. Keeps moving, there. And then scroll.
Scroll. Not scrolling for some reason. I would like to actually turn this over to Jim Schwilk, our Vice President and in charge of the IT department.
Thank you.
James Wingate and Ann Diamond, you are now unmuted. Hold on just a moment while we unmute. So we need to find Jim Schulich. Scroll down. There. And then self-muted. Mr. Schulich, you are muted on your end. You are unmuted on our end. No, we keep clicking and it keeps, see, now he's muted by us. So click again.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry for that. Am I able to share my screen, or do you want me just to walk through it?
Hold on,
Yeah.
just a moment, we'll pull your slides up.
Oh, perfect.
Whenever you're ready.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair and the board for allowing us to give you the review today. You can go to the next slide. All right, first I would like to talk about electronic positive response and the things we've done over the last year. We've added a report for the investigators to view electronic responses by the response date and time of member. So this allows the investigators to go in and find out what responses are being used by each member and by when. For example, Diglert, let's pretend Diglert is a member. You would be able to see that Diglert responded 4,000 clear no conflicts, 10,000 marked, maybe 30,000 of another code. So that allows them to see what each member is submitting to positive response at any given time for their tickets. We've also added a report that shows how long after, this is brand new, we just added it, after a member received a late notice that they responded. This is because sometimes we've heard that locators are out where there's no internet connection by the time that they mark, and by the time they come back to the office, they've already been marked late on the ticket. So we developed this report to show how quickly after a late ticket members are responding, and that's available to the investigators as well as all of our board and all of our members, so they can actually see. So for example, I can see that Diglert in my example would be a member. I could see that I had 4,000 tickets over the last month that I marked late, but I marked them within an hour of being late, or I marked them within a day of being late, or more than 2 days late. So it's helpful to see how fast people are responding once they are marked late. Next slide. As the board may know, we host a couple websites for California. Collectively, we have California 811, and we have another domain called Contact 811, where these landing pages are really helpful for people throughout the state. They can click on Northern California or Southern California. But the reason I bring that up today is because we've added the down at the bottom of the first one, you can see report damages or violations to the California Underground Facility Safe Excavation Board. And then when you click on that, it takes you right to the damage portal, violation portal. So it's one easier way for people to get there. And also in the one on the right, we've added a link for people to check positive responses. It used to be just submit a ticket or for more information and go to our webpage. But we've added the link in there to check electronic positive response. So excavators have one more tool that they can use if they land on this page, that they can check the positive responses to see what members have submitted. Next slide will show just the same thing with Contact 811. The difference here, Contact 811 isn't about California, it's just about our notification centers. So you'll see the information about Nevada as well. That's why the map just looks a little different. And then we've added the same links on this page as well. Next slide. So we've done a variety of system updates. We've added the ACE reminders as required by law. Those reminders go out 30 days prior to the ticket expiration. So it allows the people with ACE tickets to remember that they've had a ticket that's been active for 11 months. Here's your reminder that it's going to expire in one more month, and we allow them to update it as soon as we send that expiration out. Beginning January 1st, we started delivering all damage exposed tickets and I put the board in quotes because your name's kind of long to put out. We set up FTP access for the board to download all of our ticket data quarterly. So we've been doing that. They log in, download all of our ticket data. We released a new active ETA. So this is Enforcer's Ticket Assistant. I'm going to have a little short video in the next slide. But Enforcer's Ticket Assistant allows members to go out in the field, come up to an excavation site, pull out their mobile app, and quickly see if there's an active ticket in that area. Just in case the crew isn't there, or they say, oh yeah, I have a ticket, but I don't have my number yet. You can easily pull up the app and find the ticket number. We've actually improved on that, and we've made it to where it's interactive. So as you go and drive or walk the area, it actually pulls up tickets as you go, instead of having to hit a button every time you're at an area. And again, I'll have a quick little demo on that next. And then we've opened active ETA to all users. So what this means is we used to have ETA locked down to members and investigators only for privacy reasons. But with the issue of newly installed facilities and the contractor working for the utility might be out in the area, they need to know if there's any active tickets. We've went ahead and opened ETA up to all users, but with the caveat to protect privacy of tickets. If you're not a member or an investigator, all you see is that there is an active ticket. You don't see who the ticket's for. You don't see any of the private information on that ticket. In case it's a homeowner, or we don't want to be just listing out phone numbers and email addresses to the public. We've added the ability for our bot for SMS text messaging to What's Up. So they have the ability to renew and request remarks through SMS. We've had that ability through normal SMS, and we've added that to the WhatsApp app. WhatsApp app, I guess. Kind of hard to say. So I know I went through those a little quickly. I'll have questions at the end, but I'm really excited to show you the new ETA app. So if we can go to the next slide and play that short little video, it's about a minute. Here we go. There's no sound. So this simulates someone driving down the street, and you can see the tickets popping up as you go. And then when you get to the one that you're interested in, you just simply tap on the little push pin, and you'll see the information. So you can see what the ticket's about. And then we added the ability to report straight from there. Because this is an enforcer's, either a member or an investigator, you have the ability right in there to report that ticket if there's something wrong. Did you guys want to see that again? I know it was real quick. We can
Sure,
play
go
it.
ahead.
Yeah,
Let's do
let's,
that. Yeah, that's pretty neat.
should be able just to click play again. And it should start from the beginning, I hope. Yeah. And it will also tell you if that ticket is expired. So that way, you know, like, you know, and as an investigator or as a member that happens to be driving by a work site, you'll be able to tell that, hey, you're working on an expired ticket, you know. Next slide. And then the future updates for DigAlert. The DigAlert board has approved the splitting out of damage exposed ticket types. Right now, we have one ticket type for damage and exposed. And based on some questions we ask or the web user answers, that ticket gets comments sent to the member about whether it's a damage or exposed ticket. So this is really cumbersome in reporting now that we're having to report damages to the board. And our members are asking for more reports, and it's cumbersome to have a ticket type with both, and the only way to tell it apart is by reading the comments. So we've split those apart into dedicated ticket types. This is coming in the future to just a damage ticket and then just an exposed ticket. So based on the same questions that we're asking now and the answers, the ticket type will automatically be set by how you answer those questions, whether it's an exposed or damage. This will make it much easier to send damage tickets to the board and have them be able to filter them out rather than having to filter out, you know, oh, well, that's not a damage, that's an exposed line, and know the difference. We're going to be expanding our SMS ability for more secondary functions other than just renew and requesting remarks, including no response and damage exposed. More and more, the workforce seems to be going to the mobile device, as we know. Everybody's carrying one, and more people want to interact with, you know, rather than picking up a phone or even going to a web page now, people just don't want to do. So we're trying to give them the ability to do tickets in the fashion that they want to, so that there's no excuse, right? We have every channel available for everybody. And then we're also researching the addition of electronic white lining to the DigAlert Direct app. Electronic white lining allows the excavator to go out in the field, collect GPS points of where they're working, and send that to the center instead of just sending this huge polygon of where the, you know, this address I'm working at, you know, 1379, and it parcels the whole address and sends that to the member. Versus if I'm just working around the water meter, I could go out and electronic white line with my phone, the water meter, and that sends that to the members. More precise work area, which should speed things up and make damages less because now they know exactly where they're working. So we're researching the addition of that. And then next slide is any questions from the board.
Thank you. We're actually going to hold questions after Mr. Wingate's presentation. So
Perfect.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Wingate?
Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the delay there. We were just getting unmuted. Okay, can you hear me okay? Okay. I saw you nod, Madam Chair. That'll work sufficiently. Okay. My name is James Wingate from USA North 811. Thank you, Brittany, for driving the slides. If you can move to the next one. First, last year, you may recall that as we did the technology update for the first time, we were asked to give an introduction about our two centers. And so I provided some information, and I just wanted to give you a brief update of what's happening so far as ticket volume goes. This is a graph showing California tickets received by USA North by month for the past 5 years. So you can see that 2021 is yellow. We had a steep decline in October and September, but the previous part of the year was very high compared to previous years. And so year to date, we're still up over 10% compared to last year. So that's just a little information as far as where things are from a volume perspective. If we can go to the next slide, please. And then this is the last 20 years. And I just wanted to refresh your memory about how things have increased dramatically over the last little while in California. There are some states, including Nevada, which USA North also serves, that have never gotten back to their volume that occurred before the housing market crash in 2008. So if you look at the green at the bottom, you can see from a ticket volume perspective, Nevada is still not up to the volume it was back at its peak in 2006. However, California has long surpassed that, having done that several years ago. The peak was 2004, but of course, changing the expiration date on tickets to make them longer to last 28 calendar days and so forth. But just to give you an idea of what's happened over the last 20 years, steep increase in the last few years, although down slightly in 2020 compared to 2019, down 1%, 1.2. But again, as I showed on the previous slide, this calendar year, we're up 10% over the previous year. So we're on pace for our biggest year ever. And we'll see how that finishes. If I can get the next slide, please. As far as what's happening new from a technology point of view at USA North, you may recall that in 2019, we rolled out a online training program that we called Damage Prevention Academy, and that launched in September of 2019. And we did it in English and Spanish, and then one for Nevada and one for California. And we were pleased and thought it was fantastic, and we were promoting it like crazy. But we found that it was just too much. And we had a lot of excavators who weren't willing to invest the time, because to go through it completely, it took about 3 hours. And we found that here are the numbers for 2020, that we had about 1,200 course completions, but we had another 1,150 that started but did not finish. And we determined that was because we had made it too in-depth, and we realized that not every excavator is willing or able to spend 3 hours going through the program. If I can get the next slide. So we came out with a new training that we worked on for the last many months, and then in April of this year, we launched a new training program called 811 Pro. And this has 3 modules or 3 courses. One is the introductory level, which is kind of the basics. That one only takes 20 minutes. And then we have one that takes about 45 minutes to an hour. That's the mid-level course. And then the pro course is about 2.5 hours. And so we've only had that for about 7 months now, but so far we've done 1,032 course completion. So we're pleased that this is moving along, is being accepted more and used more. And I just want to show a few screenshots, because we've spent a lot of effort on this, and we're proud of the reception we've got from excavators. If I could get the next slide, please. Just a few screenshots that I'll go through quickly. The guy who's a spokesman for this, his name's Tim Kennedy. If you're familiar with him, he used to be a special forces guy and then a mixed martial arts guy, and he does a lot of kind of survival type training. And so we got him to do the introduction. But we have a number of different modules, and one that we've been working on is called Stories from the Field. And if I could get the next slide, please. That shows some interviews with different stakeholders that are in the damage prevention group. So we have one from agriculture that talks about 811 from the perspective of a farmer. And then we have one from a guy who used to be a contractor and suffered a severe injury after he was jackhammering and hit a power cable. And so we did a section with Cliff Meidel. He's fantastic. We have comments from a regulator in Nevada. We might be interested, if you guys are interested in doing that, someone from a California regulator perspective. We also have an excavator, and then another story from a guy from PG&E's dig-in reduction team, what they call their DIRT team, that investigates damages and works to prevent those. So that's a video series that we think is excellent to show how things go from different stakeholder points of view to promote mutual understanding. I can get the next slide, please. There are also some other modules in there as far as specifics for different excavator types. So we have one for professional contractors, one for homeowners, and one for agriculture that talks about the ACE tickets. And so we try to separate that out so that it's not an all fits, one size fits all, but to make it more customized for the excavator and give them a more personalized experience. Can I get the next slide, please? As far as the training itself, I just wanted to give a few snapshots. If you've been to Google Maps and done what they call the street view, where it shows as if you're there at the facility, that's the style of the training. It's a 3D training. And so these are just a few screenshots to show what's going on. You can see in the top left, you're the excavator's point of view, and you're looking down in the trench and you see a utility line. On the top right, you see the markings, and so now it shows you what the tolerance zone would be. On the top or the bottom left is giving examples of what the markings for the CGA best practices marking guidelines. And then the bottom right is an interactive part where you pretend that you are pre-marking or delineating in white to indicate your dig site. And so you click that little spray paint can and add your brackets to show how you are going to delineate your site in white. So it took a long time to develop, and we're very pleased with that. And we've had a lot of good feedback from excavators about the user friendliness and applicability of it. So we're excited of how well it's going so far. Can I get the next slide, please? From a reporting perspective, as we all know, electronic positive response became mandatory at the beginning of beginning of 2021. We've produced a number of reports to help regulators be able to determine compliance. And so this is one where I just gave a snapshot of one, but this shows every member code and what percentage of their tickets are being responded to and what percentage are being responded to on time. Just a quick snapshot. This is for the month of October. You can see that 64.3% of tickets were responded to on time using electronic positive response. So roughly 2/3, not quite 2/3. And another 6% are doing it late, but almost 30% are not doing it at all, have never responded. So we still have work to do, as you can see there, but this is a tool that a report that we created to help enforcement be able to see the numbers specifically and be able to follow up accordingly. If I can get the next page, this gives more detail about which codes are being used by each member. And so this one is very hard to see at this level because there's there's roughly 30 codes, but this will show you, this gives more detail to the enforcement, say a safe excavation board investigator wanted to find out why Wingate Water Company is consistently marking negotiated marking schedule. And they're getting feedback from the contractor saying, I didn't negotiate a marking schedule. So now this gives actual numbers of how many times each code is being used by each one. So that level of detail is available. The report's about 30 pages long, but this is just a snapshot of it so you can have it. But you can see you can sort and columns and extract what you want to find trends. That's the goal, is to give you the information as a regulatory body. And if I can get the next page. The last one from about EPR reports shows the response code usage. So this just shows how often each code is being used total. So this is California by month, and you can see the top ones are color coded at the top, and the rest are just shown in white because the top 5 or so make up the vast majority. But one thing that as we have this data is that we're starting to see interesting numbers in here, and one that I find fascinating myself has to do with how many tickets are marked, or excuse me, are the response in the EPR system is that the ticket was actually marked. And you can see at the very top in blue, only year to date through the end of October, only 15% of tickets are actually marked. The other 85% are not marked for one reason or another. And so that is something that we at USA North have decided we want to tackle that from. So if I can get the next slide, I'll show you what I mean by that. So, today we deliver the ticket in a way that is been the same for decades, and it's not pretty. And if you're a locator, we give you this in plain text format, or we give it to you electronically so you can parse it and slice and dice it how you want. And our intent was that we want the facility operators to be able to sort the data and route the locators in the most efficient way possible. I mean, thinking about a big operator that has a lot of locators, and has a huge ticket volume to deal with. I mean, can you imagine PG&E getting 1.5 million tickets last year and have to respond to those? That's a massive undertaking. And so we deliver the tickets in a number of different ways to allow operators to consume that data as efficiently as possible. But the reality is that, yes, some of the big operators are doing that and using technology on their side, which is great. But from a perspective of, out of our 1,500 members, 2/3 of them are getting the ticket just like this. Many very small members and even cities and water districts and things like that get the ticket like this. And we find that when it's words only, now you have different interpretations of the words, and that can lead to confusion in the field. And we actually had a recent damage where a water district came to us and said, if you would have described the dig site better, we wouldn't have had this damage. And it was a high profile damage for us. And so that was a big deal. And so what are we going to do about that? Well, our goal is that we're going to get a new ticket system in 2022. We've been thinking about this for years, and the one we feel like we've kind of reached the ticket system are constantly changing, to the credit of our current vendor, which is Northfield Development Partners, but also other ticket system vendors. They are constantly making improvements. However, we feel the current vendor that we're using is not progressing as fast as we want, especially when we anticipate a large increase in ticket volume. I'm sure you all heard in the news about the $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill. And then, of course, there's the initiative to build out broadband and provide high-speed internet access to rural areas. That's going to be a massive undertaking. And then, of course, we know PG&E recently announced that they intend to underground 10,000 miles of power cables that are currently overhead to reduce the problems from wildfires. So we anticipate ticket volume, and then just generic or just regular ticket volume increasing as the pandemic eases and business gets back to usual. we anticipate a massive increase in ticket volume. How are we going to handle that? We don't want to just hire an army of call center agents. We want to do it with technology. And so the primary goals of the new ticket system are to allow electronic white lining, with the two main goals being, one, that we can reduce confusion about the dig site because a picture is worth 1,000 words, and the other is to reduce over notification to facility operators. And that gets back to what I was just talking about on the previous slide about how 85% of tickets are actually not marked. So that means there's a lot of wasted effort happening in the field. Now, some ticket types don't require it to be marked, and so they can say no markings requested, such as if it's a renewal ticket. But 50% of the total tickets roughly are new tickets, and so only 15% of those are being indicated as being marked. And so in some cases, the concept of notification and over notification, this gets a little technical, so I'll do it at a high level, but I'm happy to provide more detail if the board is interested. Can I get the next slide, please, Brittany? The concept of electronic white lining, what we want to do is provide a ticket that looks like this. So this is a ticket from Wyoming, and if you take a second, you don't have to read all the text, but just look at the picture. That little bit of red is the dig site. And so that's what we want to do. We want to give the tools to allow the excavator to define their dig site with precision. So this is a real ticket from a homeowner who apparently, and it was done by telephone, but who apparently told the call center agent they want, they're going to be planting on the south side of the house, but north of the dirt driveway for the width of the house. And so now we get that very small and precise dig site polygon that can really save locators a lot of time and potentially some truck rolls that way they can use their resources efficiently to respond to other tickets that are actually going to be in contrast. So that's the goal, is we want to provide a high resolution image from Google Maps and allow the excavator to draw on top of it. So if I can get the next slide, please. Just to back up, here's what's happening today. Is typically we do have parcels where the excavator can draw a small dig site as they want. However, we have kind of spoiled them in a way to let them find the parcel and not encourage them to manually draw a smaller dig site. They can if they want to, but the vast majority of these is they find a parcel and they select the whole parcel, even if the digging's not taking place on the whole parcel. And then we at the One Call Center apply a buffer beyond the parcel, which you see in blue, the parcel in yellow, the target parcel in yellow. And so then we end up with over notification. And if we can go to the next slide, you'll see how if the dig site was actually not as big as the entire parcel, but was smaller, perhaps only showing if the digging was happening only on the western side of the parcel, then you'd see that we could save Comcast from getting this ticket. So the purple is Comcast service area, where they say, I want to know about any digging in this area. That's their facilities with a buffer on top of it. So because they have a buffer on top of theirs, but then we put a buffer on top of the dig site, we end up sending tickets that these excavators or that these operators don't need. And so that's contributing to that statistic about only 15% of the tickets actually being marked, because we're giving them tickets that are in the ballpark, but not close enough that they have to roll a truck. So our goal is, let's see if we can use some technology to reduce that number and not send so many tickets to the operators when the operator doesn't need that ticket. And also that'll benefit the excavator, because now that's one less response they have to keep track of, right? Because as we all know, the excavator can't start digging until they've heard back from all the utility operators. And so now if we can reduce that number of operators per ticket, that'll help. Can I get the next slide, please? So this is the goal. This last slide you'll see here is the future of what we envision. Now, don't get too excited. We're not going to have this immediately on day one when we go live on the new ticket system, but this is what we envision for the future. It's kind of hard to to see at this level, but pretend this ticket is replacing power poles. And so here's 4 power poles, and you can see they're marked with red circles. If you're not used to looking at aerial photography, it's kind of hard to see what you're looking at, but if you look at those red circles, you see the shadow of the power pole. And so this would allow the excavator to draw multiple dig site polygons on the same ticket. So if you look on the south side of Potrero Avenue, there are actually more than just those 3 power poles. There's another one that doesn't have a circle around it. So this could allow that excavator to specify, which ones they want specifically. So this is the concept of electronic white lining, and see how beneficial this could be for an excavator to be able to draw this with precision. And now the operators can clear the ticket more easily. If it's the, this is in Richmond, this location. So if it's the city of Richmond and they know that their, water main is down I guess it's East Bay Mud over there for water, but let's say East Bay Mud has that water and they knew it was on the north half of the road itself. Well, now they don't even have to roll a truck for that because they see precisely where the digging is going to take place. And we want to provide these other levels of map layers on top. You can see the parcel boundaries in green, address points in pink. In some cases, the address point and the parcel match, but on the north side of the street, you can see that's a condo complex. This is where you have multiple addresses within one parcel. And so we want to use more map layers to provide more information to the locator and allow for more precise searching and finding of the dig site and allow them to draw it with precision. So that's where we're going for 2022. We did apply for a PHMSA grant. That was on one of the previous slides, but I skipped it, to create a ticket management system for excavators. There are lots of vendors who make software to help the utility operators keep track of their tickets and manage them. And several of the big utilities have created their own in-house software to help them manage their tickets. But there historically have not been many tools for excavators to help them keep track of their tickets. And we found that even large companies were using an Excel spreadsheet or a whiteboard where they would write the tickets on the whiteboard, and you just hope that nobody bumps up against that board and erases it. Seriously, I'm not exaggerating. The whiteboards are being used like crazy to keep track of tickets. And so one of a grant we applied for and were approved. We applied for that in February. We just found out in October that we were approved to receive $100,000 will be to build a ticket management system for excavators in the form of a mobile app, but also an online. So it'll be through a browser, but where they can see their tickets, receive push notifications to remind them that a ticket's going to expire so they can take action on that ticket. They can see them on a map, have them color coded if it's active versus it's created but not yet live, and things of that nature. So we're just excited to be able to give some more tools to excavators. So that's what we've been working on in 2021, and our intent is to go live on this new ticket system on July 1 of 2022. So that's what we're working hard to try to meet that target goal. And that's it for me, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wingate.
You're welcome.
Sounds promising. I'm excited to see that.
Thank you.
Mr. Schwilk, Mr. Wingate, and Ms. Diamond, if you can stay on for questions. We will now proceed to public comment before we go to board on this item. If you would like to make a public comment, please click the raise hand button in the webinar or submit your comment via the webinar Ask a Question feature. Staff, are there any comments from the public?
We have 2 comments so far. From Gary Getchell.
Sorry, from who?
Unmuted and may proceed.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. This is Gary Getchell with ZAO. We have a damage prevention group that's just started 4 or 5 months ago with a focus on all these activities. There's 6 employees. I was wondering if I could get a recording of it as my first comment. And then on James Wingate's presentation about the EPR reports, is there a way to sign up and get that, or how do we receive that?
If you'd like to contact me, Gary, I'll be happy to share information with you about Zale's numbers. If that's what you're looking for specifically, I'd be happy to share
Yes.
that with you. But we don't have
Yeah.
right now, we envision creating those reports for regulatory agencies. So we're not delivering them to any other parties currently other than our board of directors. So, but I am happy to give you your data and we'll figure out a way to get it to you regularly if that's something you're interested in.
Very interested in that. Thank you very much. Very excited about the future slide with the specific polygons, and then the marking instructions on that slide were excellent as well. And looking forward to that ticket management system. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next question.
We're getting a little bit of feedback from Mr. Wingate. We have a text comment received from Oliver Malkin, and the question stated was, quote, "How do you access this training?" End quote.
I'm not sure if he's in talking about the online training that I mentioned, but if so, you can go to 811pro.com, which is the website.
Mr. Wingate, would you mind putting that website in the chat menu so people can access that?
Will do.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Just a moment. We have a question from Ryan Dove. Ryan, you are unmuted and may proceed with your comment.
Good morning, this is Ryan with SoCal Gas. Just had a question for the board or something to think about as, you know, the future is electronic white lining. There's going to be 3 different things now that come into play when there's a locator responding to these sites. First, you have the ticket work area description, a verbal description of the work area that a locator looks at. Then you have the physical delineation when the locator arrives on site, trying to determine where they need to place their marks, which is within that delineated area. And then now you're going to have this electronic white lining that may not match the physical delineation of the ticket site. So, for example, if a board were to investigate a situation where there was a damage and the marks were provided based on the white lining and not the physical delineation, you know, how is that handled, or vice versa if the marks are provided by the delineation but not the white lining? Just looking for clarification on what the board envisions, you know, would be the, I guess, priority out of those 3 different sources of describing the work area.
Thank you. This is our first time taking a look at the software, so I'm sure we're going to have a lot of discussion, but I noted down your questions and we'll address it as soon as we have a little bit more clarity on this. So thank you for your comment. Any other questions or comments from the public?
Just a moment. There are no further public comments.
Thank you. Seeing that there's no further comments, I'm going to open this up for the board. Are there any board questions or discussions? Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, this is Member Johns. Oh,
Member Johns, please proceed.
yeah. So my question, kind of for both Jim and James, and both kind of covered electronic white lining, and even what Mr. Dove had discussed. My question is, and you both kind of talked about Google. So Google Earth seems to be, in my mind, a standard right now. Do you see that as the case? And I see that operators, a lot of the operators I know are using just KMZ files to identify, you know, their facilities and all. Do you see that as the future, or is there other ideas to interface what you provide in the electronic white line versus what they have in their files and responses?
This is James. I'll take a stab at that. You guys have heard me talk about mapping and GIS ad nauseum in previous meetings, so I'll spare you the boring details. But you know, whether we like it or not, Google is becoming a standard as far as everybody has it, and we have people call us every day and say, "I'm looking at it on Google. Do you see that?" And the problem with, I mean, the great thing about Google is it's free and it's available widely and used by many businesses and nonprofits and homeowners and just the general public. The problem is it's not authoritative, meaning the road names, the addresses, those are not official. That's their best effort in theory, but they're not authoritative. And so what I'd really like to see is a hybrid where we get the official road names and addresses and property lines and all that, parcel boundaries, coming from the county recorder's offices and have that be synced. And so that's what I have on my last slide there, is because we don't envision only using Google because of the problem that, you know, what if that road name is no longer called Carlson Boulevard, but they've renamed it to some something else, you know, maybe some famous city leader, some mayor who recently retired, and so now it's, you know, Del Toro Boulevard or whatever. So how long until Google gets that updated? They may do it immediately, but they may not. And so it's just having authoritative map data is a real challenge. It's bigger than our world at the one call centers. This is a California issue. I've been trying to work with the state Office of Technology about some of these things, but short story to answer your question, Member Johns, is yes, I believe KMZ format for Google is becoming very common. We envision that's part of our plan for the new ticket system, is that the utility operators can provide their service area mapping to say where they want to receive tickets. They can either do it with a shapefile, which is the traditional historical GIS format, or they can do it in KMZ, which is the Google Earth format. So we envision accepting both of those, importing and exporting for operators to do that. And then just to give you an idea about, can we use this for projects? Yes, we can. We have just last week, we had California State Department of Water Resources talk about how they're going to do a lot of work along the aqueduct system with water that flows from, you know, the Delta up here in the Bay Area heading south down to SoCal. And how are we going to make tickets for that? This is in the desert. There are no addresses. And so are we going to do it all with coordinates only? And so they said, well, we have a mile marker system along the aqueduct. How about we'll send you the mile markers and you can overlay them on the map. And we'll send you the center line of the aqueduct with different, because there are a few little branches and they have different names. And so they're going to send us that. We're going to lay it on top of the map, and then we'll be able to see it and draw the dig site polygon around it. So the concept of using other maps for specific projects, I think could be explored. And especially for big projects like the PG&E undergrounding, the 10,000 miles, I really hope we can do it for that. So anyway, yes, I think we'll get there.
And Member Johns, as far as Diggler goes, I agree with everything James said about the future and Google Maps. The only thing I'd like to add to it is the use of Google for our systems is not free, right? Every time you send a geocode, you're allowed, I think, something like 100,000 a month before it costs money. And these geocode requests that we use in order to find those addresses that James was talking about, that's the problem we've ran into looking at it in the future is the cost of the API. And then what if Google changes the API? Does it break our system, and how fast can we adapt to it? So there are challenges with it, but it is the future and it is the standard. I agree with that.
Thank you. All right, anything else, Member Jones?
No, none. Well, you really
I
answered those questions and brought up some really interesting points with that too, especially the cost of Google in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Jones. So, Mr. Winkett, I have some clarifying questions, just so I'm clear. So the software that you're currently utilizing, is this going to be a complete replacement for that software? Is it an enhancement to your current software?
It's a complete replacement, but our intent is, as you know, the two centers, meaning Diggler and USA North, we have worked hard to provide a consistent experience for people who work in both service territories, whether that's excavators or you guys as regulators or operators. And so what we envision is that our front end is going to change and be different, but our back end, meaning what we deliver to the operators, will still allow the option of having the ticket fields and even format look exactly like it is today, so that it's still the same as what DigAlert delivers. And there's a committee that we call the Ticket Continuity Committee, that's made up of board members from both USA South and USA North, and center staff from both centers, where we talk about how we can improve the system for everybody. And that group meets regularly and talks about anything and everything related to tickets. So our goal is to improve the experience, but not disrupt the continuity that we have worked hard to achieve so far, in terms of the tickets being the same with the ticket types and things like that. While they were different for 40 years, we spent some time in 2019 and prior to that to get them all on the same page. And so we don't want to break that.
So out of curiosity, do you and Ms. Diamond communicate on some of the software? Is there a reason why there's no continuity across the state? Can you clarify that for me? I didn't hear this presentation or acknowledgement from DigAlert, so I'm just curious to know if you two communicate, and how. I understand what you just said, they don't want some interruption, but is there an important component to maintain some continuity and consistency between both North and South?
Well, that's a kind of a loaded question, to be honest. And what I mean by that is, well, why are there two one-call centers in the first place? And there have been two from the very beginning. And the one-word answer is politics. USA North was founded in 1975 by the facility operators in the northern portion of the state. And DigAlert was founded in 1976 by the operators in the southern portion of the state. And we have a gentleman's agreement of who's going to cover which counties, and that has been the case for 45, 46 years. So that's how it's been. And historically, the two centers have been completely independent. And Ann could tell you better, because I'm new to USA North. I've only been here for 4 years and change, but Jim and Ann have been there for many years, and in the South, and they can talk about the history better than I can. But my understanding is that over the years, there have been times when the two centers worked closely together, and there were stretches where they barely talked. I would like to hope that now the relations are the best they've ever been, but I haven't been there for the whole 46 years, so I can't say. I respect Ann and Jim tremendously, and I feel like we talk a good amount, but historically our ticket systems have been different. There have been years where we've used different vendors. There have been years when we've used the same vendor, and we have been using the same vendor for the past 4 years, but USA North has chosen to go a different route. And so that's my explanation for why we are choosing to do what we're doing. But DigAlert's in a different position, and they also have I don't want to speak for them, but they have some in-house programming talent that they can do a lot of things that we can't, that we need a vendor for. And so that would drive our decision to change vendors, and it may not drive their decision.
Well, I think about the GCs that I work with throughout the state of California, and there's going to be inconsistency on what they see. Hopefully you two can, both organizations can talk about these, because you both have great upgrades to your technology. So this seems pretty exciting.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is Jim with Diggler. I want to reiterate one thing that James said is we have the Ticket Continuity Committee made
Okay.
up of both boards and staff, like he pointed out, that communicate every 2 weeks. So to kind of answer your question, yes, we are constantly in communication about technology and ticket changes and software changes and vendor changes every 2 weeks.
I guess my perspective, that of the client, right, of the contractors or the excavators, what they're going to see when they call either north or south. So those are just thoughts in my head. Just wondering why there's just not continuity across the state. You guys both have great software. I'm excited about this new software. It's going to be great discussion to see how our members, or how utility owners and contractors, excavators take a look at this as we proceed with this new technology and the differences. It'd be great to get feedback. Any other board comment?
Yes, Member Munoz. Okay, so this technology, I know you guys have been working on it for a while, and I know that, like you guys said back in 2019, when we came up with how fees were structured, and the way we counted tickets, the wording, all that stuff. I know you guys have done a lot of work on that. And I do agree that the front end looks differently, but what I want to talk about a little bit more about is the question that you asked early on is, why are they different? And I don't think that is as important as what we are measuring. Standardizing our measuring points, or our points to start the polygons. So we're taking a lot of data, a lot of noise. We have these huge polygons, right? And I know a while back when we had done some polygon overlays for agriculture, we saw that the polygons kind of overlapped, and there wasn't that ability to see that distinct delineation in virtual world. But to Ryan's point, is standardization has to occur in those three areas. What does it look like in a digital world? What does it look like in the physical world? And how are we going to define, I guess, the definition of what amounts as a ticket space? So are we going to have these huge tracks of one ticket being miles and miles and miles, like your example of the pipeline with the mile markers? Is it just like 20 miles of what a ticket consists of? Or are we going to start looking at this as strategically defining how big a ticket can be? And if that is the interface for both of the systems are slightly different, I think that's okay, because back-end data exporting is going to be standardized. I think the real question that this really brings up is, what is the size of a ticket? Because that really goes hand in hand with what the data was showing. You're having so many more tickets, and some of that is the noise of having excessive of polygons, but then there's also the safety risk, like you had mentioned, of streets and the overall monument. How do we reference where where our polygons start and end? Is it by streets? Is it by monuments? Is it by that oak tree over there still? Like, how did the data get in there, and what's the frequency looking like for updates? A couple things that you pointed out was Google. I think Google's a big player in this, because it's, in my experience, it's very expensive to shoot your own city and get your own image, and it's costly to update. So a lot of times when you do your layers and you overlay within your GIS, you're updating all this, and there could be a house in your image that's no longer there. It could be this, until you guys have your entity has the funding. So I think those are all good watch out points to talk about. But I think the most impactful thing that you said in your presentations was, we need a method where the excavators themselves have a standard method of tracking their tickets. So you're right, these huge utility companies have more accessibility to create that interface for the, that's driving this positive response, that closing that loop. But with the excavators, we really do need to look at, we need to think on that. And I did hear what you said, Ryan. I think those are great questions, but I think a question that we keep seeing the effect of a question in a lot of these notices of probable violation. How big can a ticket be? How much resources are we having to throw at this ticket that's not reflective? We only see its effects in maybe not timeliness to response, maybe asking for extensions, maybe lack of communication. But I think this offers an opportunity, like Mr. Wingate said, to use technology. But I don't think that technology also has to have parameters. So I think you guys have some really good questions that you outlined in here. And I think as a board, we probably need to look at this, and it's really good that you guys are working together on harmonizing as best as you can between the two systems. But I think we need to figure out what that structure and that guidance looks like going forward in an age of technology where things can pivot and move. And I'm going to throw it out there again. This is like so beautiful for abandoned lines. If we could just register them in here, then they would be something that, would also appear in this instead of just a polygon. So I know that the next topic kind of touches some of that. So those are my comments now. I do appreciate all the work that you've been doing. And I will say I have used the feature. I sometimes roll up on a project to see if they have tickets. So I think that's one of the coolest things, to be able to teach that in your training, perhaps. I don't know if that is covered, if you guys want to speak to that. Do you teach those who take the course how to use the app, and then how to check if a site has a ticket or not? And that'll be the end of my comments and questions.
Thank you, Ms. Munoz. Would you like to comment, Mr. Wingate or Ms. Diamond? Do you have any feedback?
Actually, this is Ann. I'd like to comment on the ticket size. Both centers, starting in July of this year, have reduced the size on a ticket to a half mile, unless you're on a freeway, and then it's 2 miles. So having and parcels, if a parcel is larger than a half mile, then a parcel is by itself because it's a single entity. So we do have limits on the size of tickets. And both centers have, agreed on this. As Jim talked about, and as James talked about, we do have this ticket continuity committee that meets every 2 weeks. And we went through a very, very long time before we presented to both of our boards to change the size of tickets. Because before that, the North had a little bit different size than what the South had. And so we changed it to, like I say, a half mile linear, unless you're on a freeway or railroad, and then it's 2 miles. Again, parcels by themselves, if they're larger than that, are exempted. There were a few other things that we also did. If a job went from one county to another, it had to be on 2 separate tickets, just for making sure that we got all of the right members notified in the area.
Thank you, Ms. Diamond. Any other board comments?
Madam Chair, this is Member Johnson.
Please proceed.
I have a few comments, but I wanted to first of all comment on Vice Chair Munoz's comments. One related to consistencies and data, and looking at a true apples to apples comparison. Although we have the ticket continuity committees, there's other things that impact the volumes. I.e., I'll give you an example, based on the region and the actual, maybe the excavator in that area. But one impact was like for the north that really threw our volumes out of whack is the Osmos, the Poland Street, and the decision to allow them to create a ticket for every pole. So that shot the volumes up. And so in the South, I don't believe that was the case. They still issue tickets from a group perspective, by area perspective. And so I think that we need to look at those things as well, those decisions that are made in both centers that may impact the numbers that the members have to contribute to, as well as the operator and the excavator. The other question that I have is related to the ETA. Jim, what is the, first of all, thank both of you, James and Jim, for your presentations. They were great, very informative. On the ETA, Jim, what's the radius of that notification area?
The new ETA app, the active ETA app as you drive, will pull up tickets within the field view of the map. So the radius changes based on your view. We do have a set max at a quarter mile. So if you zoom out, if you zoom out to where you see the whole state of California and the little dot while you're driving, it will only update, you won't be able to see it anyway, but it will only update at a quarter mile. But the further in you zoom, it only updates whatever you're looking at in that view as you drive.
Okay. James, in terms of your mobile app for the excavators, when do you foresee that becoming available, since now that you have the grant?
We believe we're intending for that to also be on July 1 of 2022.
Thank you. Moving on to James, you talked a lot about the over notifications and the ticket volumes being increased over the next years or so, and with the infrastructure bill. It was good data to talk about the 85% where they're not marked, and that could be resolved. It doesn't, assuming that's no conflict, has something to do, or clear tickets having to do with the impact of that. Because that's a big issue in terms of volumes and being able to have the workforce to be able to locate and handle the volumes that are out there. I know with one company, at least my company, I know that we're around 60% of the tickets that we get notified on are clear tickets. And so that's the issue for most of the utilities for the truck roll. So we appreciate you guys looking at that. But a new process and moving towards electronic white lining, what's the impact, or what are you guys looking at in terms of a buffer now? Are you going to totally remove buffers? Are you going to allow us to make that decision? Or, and I'm talking about the members, are you going to have a buffer included in the notification area?
Great question. As far as the buffers go, we don't envision getting away from the buffer completely. That's too risky. From the one call center perspective, so historically, the one call centers, all one call centers, have erred on the side of caution, meaning we would rather have utility operators complain to us about getting tickets that they're clear on, getting too many of those, than the opposite, saying, you drew that dig site so small that I missed the ticket and I should have gotten it, and now there's a damage. So as we increase the precision and reduce the size of the dig site that we're drawing, the risk from a liability perspective to the one call center increases. So we're not making this decision lightly in terms of, my worst nightmare as a call center manager is that my call center agent drew the ticket. So let's say, let's look at this slide that's still visible on the screen that Brittany's sharing. Let's say that my call center agent thought the dig site was going to be only that pole on the far right, the east side, but really the dig site was that pole on the far left, which is next to the railroad tracks. And along those railroad tracks is a high profile pipeline. If we draw the dig site on the far right and we draw it very small, we're not even going to send a ticket to that pipeline operator that's on the far left. You with me? And so then they're not going to mark. The excavator doesn't know it's there. He hits it, he's dead, and I'm liable. That's worst case scenario. And that has actually happened to a different one call center, not to USA North, but to a different one call center. And so that risk is real. And remember, these are call center agents. These are not engineers who are taking and creating the tickets. And so we have to be careful and not just say you can draw it as small as you want, have no buffer. So we're currently doing a buffer of 100 feet. I envision we'll reduce that to 50 feet, but I don't envision it going tighter than that unless we really have a lot of members complain that 50 feet is still excessive. But even if they did complain to that, I would probably argue that from a raw safety perspective, I would not dare go below 35 feet. Because at some point, you're talking about the accuracy of the GIS map layers. Even Google Earth's map is not perfect. There can be what they call positional accuracy differences of GPS coordinates of is that image tied to the ground, the real ground properly? What if it's off by a meter? Well, that can be the difference when we're drawing dig sites that are only 15 feet in diameter, like on those red circles. Those are 15-foot diameter or 15-foot radius. So that's a 30-foot diameter circle. So you start getting into very precise sizes. So anyway, no, the short answer is I don't envision we'll get rid of buffers all the way ever, but I do foresee it being reduced to 50 feet when we're confident that we have really good map data. So that probably won't happen right on July 1. It might, but that depends on what what magic we can work in the background from a map layers perspective. Jim made a very important comment earlier about how Google is free to the excavator because you're using it in small numbers. But for us using it in big numbers, it is far from free. We're talking 6 figures to use this. It's very expensive. And how dependent do you want to be on that? What if they change the API, like Jim said, or what if they raise the prices? There's a lot of risk in tying yourself to a vendor like that. I was hoping they'd give it to us for free since they're based in NorCal in our area, but nope, we don't get any special treatment. So, and I did want to make one other comment in response to Member Johnson's question about, I believe he phrased it something like the decision was made to allow them to create one ticket per pole for the Osmos tickets. Well, one of the reports I provide to my board, and Member Johnson knows this, is that Osmos processed something like 380,000 tickets last year. That's a lot of tickets from one excavator. And they did do one pull per ticket. We tried to encourage them to do multiple pulls per ticket, especially like in this example on the slide here. If they're doing 4 pulls right there, that can easily be one ticket. It doesn't need to be 4 separate tickets. We encouraged them to do it as one ticket. They said no, they wanted to do it as one ticket so that they could better keep track of that. And we don't have legal authority to force them to combine those multiple locations into one ticket. So if the board wants to give us authority about ticket details, we would love that. Because even right now, Ann mentioned how the Ticket Continuity Committee spent months discussing ticket size and coming to consensus among everyone on that committee about how big a ticket can be. And we had input from excavators and so forth. Well, I'm getting feedback at my center about the size restriction that came in place on July 1 to a half mile, saying, why can't we do tickets bigger than a half mile? Where's your authority to say we can't do tickets bigger than a half mile? So we are getting pushback from excavators about the smaller ticket size. So we would love to have the board have a regulation saying something along the lines of the regional notification centers have authority to set certain parameters on the tickets that are not otherwise specified in code or in regulation, something along those lines. That would be great.
Madam Chair, Member Bianchini, I'd like to comment. All my other fellow board members, awesome questions. My comment goes with what Mr. Wingate just said. you know, I don't understand when they don't feel they don't have the legal authority to tell somebody to do something, but they feel they have the legal authority to change the size of their tickets or anything that they want. I think that's something this board at some point is going to have to take up, because so much of it's done at random. And I know we are one of the people complaining about where in 4216 does it say that they have the authority to limit the size of a ticket. But that's a question for another day. I actually wanted to commend Mr. Wingate on his slides and how it shows some of our pain out there on how many people don't complete a ticket and or put on that they have an agreement that they don't have to extend the amount of time that they have to do it. And it was a really amazing slide to show. It would be nice to show most excavators to feel their pain that you are starting to track it. And I did appreciate the courage to put that up and kind of show that, because those are some scary statistics. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is James. Can I respond to Member Bianchini's comment about the ticket size, or would you rather that be for another day?
No, go ahead. You have the floor.
I just wanted to say that, you know, right now, in the absence of regulation or statute that defines ticket size, whose role is it to decide the size of the ticket? Because what if an excavator calls us and says, I want every utility marked in the city of San Jose. I want them all marked because I'm going to do a bunch of signs for the city. They've hired me to install a bunch of traffic signs and no parking signs and one-way signs and speed limit signs. And it's too much of a hassle for me to describe every sign location. So I just want you to mark every utility in the whole city. You know, obviously we would say no to that. But where's our authority to say no to that? So, you know, there are some states that have it in statute that a ticket can only be X number of feet. I believe the smallest that I've heard of is 500 feet per ticket. So you got to be careful for what you wish for, because from the excavator's perspective, he would like as few tickets as possible, because then he can, it's easy, less paperwork on his side, so to speak, to manage the tickets. But the operators would prefer more tickets in some cases, because then they can say, look, you had 10 houses and I marked 9 of them, but I couldn't get into the 10th one because the gate was locked in the backyard and I couldn't get back there. So if that's 10 separate tickets, well, the excavator can now dig on 9 of the 10, right? Because those were all marked. But if it's only one ticket, the whole job is shut down until that last property gets resolved. So there are pros and cons to having big tickets versus small tickets. And the other thing is many companies that hire many utility operators that choose to hire a contract locator to mark for them pay the contract locator per ticket. So in other words, when Osmos submits 385,000 tickets at 1 pull per ticket, that just put a big dent in the wallet of the utility that is paying per ticket to their contract locator to mark for them. Whereas a city or somebody like that who doesn't outsource it to a contract locator, they don't care if it's 10 tickets versus 1 ticket, other than from a ticket management point of view and the electronic paperwork, so to speak, about keeping them organized. So circling back to Member Bianchini's comment, you know, in the absence of statute, the one call centers by default are tasked with setting standards about telling an excavator yes, telling an excavator no, telling an operator yes, telling an operator no. So my interpretation, until we're told otherwise by the board or by statute or regulation, we are tasked with determining what is an appropriate ticket size. And we think we've done a good job of gaining consensus through the Ticket Continuity Committee, including where excavators have been well represented and had ample opportunity to provide their feedback, and they did, about ticket size. So I think it's the best that can be reasonably expected for now.
Thank you, Mr. Wingate.
Mr. Wingate, I agree with you, and it has been managed well. It's what my comment was is it might be something that this board might want to look at to help with. I in no way was trying to detract from the good job that you guys do, but my comment was more to my fellow board members and staff that it's something we might want to look at to help.
Thank you, Member Bianchini. So yeah, I really want to bring the focus back to, the technology they're bringing in, and this is great discussion. So we can certainly continue that in future meetings as we learn more and we move forward with this project. What I'd like to do, if I don't have any opposition from the board, first of all, is there any other questions? Can we close this item before I move to break, or would the board like to proceed with more questions after the break?
Yeah, Member Charlene, I just have a few.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break at this moment. So we'll resume back at, somebody do my math for me. So 10:41, is that right? Am I doing my math right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go ahead. I'm sorry? I can't hear. So what I'd like to do is go ahead and proceed with our 15-minute break. We'll proceed back at 10:42 at this point, and we'll continue to discuss this policy item. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I just had one more follow-up question. I didn't know if you allow me to
Yeah.
go first. All right, thanks.
Okay, let me resume the meeting. Is everybody back? Staff, everybody back?
Staff is ready to proceed when you go.
Thank you. Well, welcome back from the break. As stated before the break, we're going to continue item 4 on technology update from regional notification centers. We were on board questions and comments. So I'm going to go ahead and yield the floor to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one more question related to land base for Jim and James. What impact would this have based on land bases that the members have and different ones that you guys use?
This is James. I think I'm not sure I caught that whole question. Did you say that you're worried about what happens if the land base we use is different than what the members use?
No, I wasn't worried. I said, in terms of the land base, is there any impacts in terms of the different land bases, the ones that you guys use versus maybe the member uses in terms of the buffering and the electronic white lining piece part?
That's an excellent question. I would say that, to be honest, it doesn't really matter where the land base comes from as long as it's accurate. And so the struggle to get the most accurate data possible is a real struggle. This is something that I wish the state of California, not the dig board in particular, but being the state in general would standardize, but that's a big issue. That's a struggle every one call center has across the country, is trying to find the most accurate land base possible, because
Mr. Wingate?
like I described before, our whole goal is get
Mr.
the
Wingate?
ticket to the
I'm
correct
sorry to
utilities,
interrupt.
identify where the digging's happening, describe it properly, and get the right utilities that information so they can respond to the ticket.
Mr. Wingate, can you hear me? Mr. Wingate? Staff, can you let him know that he's cutting out? Maybe can you communicate with him via chat? And were you able to get your question answered, Mr. Johnson? Or?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay, you were cutting out. So it was difficult to hear your complete answer to that. Would you mind starting that over? I apologize.
Madam Chair, I got the gist of it.
Got it? Okay.
To hear Mr. Sweat.
Okay.
Please, thanks.
Is no follow-up question to that? Member Johnson?
No, just wanted to get Mr. Sweat's feedback on that, on his thoughts.
Okay, I believe Member Charland, you had some follow-up questions before we went on break?
Yeah.
I just wanted to hear Jim's response for Dig Alert, what his response was on that.
Yes, I feel the same as James, that as long as it's the accurate land base, and we're comparing, especially now that everything has been, the world has shifted from the old paper map days where paper maps didn't have the correction for the curvature of the earth. As long as we're all getting land bases with correct lat long points and the correct projection, there shouldn't be a problem with what they're doing.
Thank you, Member Charland. Any other board comments?
Member Madam Chair, Member Voss here. I I just want to say to the both call centers, thank you for your presentations. I think the electronic white lining is a very something that for agricultural will potentially make it easier for some of our farmers to get their ACE tickets. Although I think Mr. Dove brought up an interesting question of having three things there with your written description, the area delineated physically out there, plus the white lining on the ticket. That's going to be interesting how to pull all that together. And I think at this point, though, I appreciate the presentations and thank you.
Thank you, Member Voss. Any other comments from the board?
Yeah, Member Charlotte.
Please proceed.
So I just have 3 areas here. Kind of hitting on 15%. I'm not sure what that is.
Let me get ready to go on our end, and then we'll unmute you if there's a question from any board members.
I'm sorry, Member Charlene, we couldn't hear you. There was feedback.
Yeah, exactly. So on the 15% that James brought up, I believe he's referring to field markings, marking utilities that are in conflict. And I just want to clarify, as Board Member Marshall brought up, that field markings that are cleared are or should be getting marked in the field. And that's your cleared, no conflict, there's no utilities present, overhead, marks are still visible. Those are all getting what the industry calls field markings out there, clearing them, and they're able to proceed in their excavation or their digging. So I'm not sure how that's getting looked at, but I think that 15% might be just utilities in conflict. If not, maybe James can let me know that that's including all the other stuff. On the white lining, I agree absolutely with what Ryan Dove said. That is something I think we need to look at, these 3 different methods, and what if one trumps the other, or what one, how those get interpreted out in the field. And if the CSRs are able to draw these, if that would be considered white lining, or maybe another term for drawing the work areas, I'd really like to see when this discussions come up of the excavator or the caller, I guess, receiving copies of their tickets so they can see what was the interpretation, or if it was mapped correctly, what's going out to the locators. I think that's something that we need to look at. An example of northeast, south, and west, when people are just talking about stuff, is that always kind of gets confusing from what somebody thinks something is, or what side of the house is, and what it actually is. So receiving a copy of the ticket after it's called in. And I know when the subjects come up at the one call centers, not everybody wants to receive it, and I'm just wondering if both one call centers can give us an idea of the percent of how many people do want that, because there's other benefits of receiving a copy of your ticket through an email back to you when there's updates and problems with the tickets or newly installed facilities. You would get more information, so I'd like to see that increase, and I'm wondering if it is increasing or just kind of staying the same. And then the last one is on the future of the locate centers, of what we're working on. I know it came out of the TCC committee on the new format. If I'm hoping maybe Jim could just talk a little bit about category, though it's kind of a placeholder. We do not have a definition of a larger ticket, or maybe some other type of ticket that might come up that will be useful, and how the one call centers are actually thinking about, hey, what if there's something we just don't know about? Let's put these placeholders out there. And category is a very interesting field that I'd like Jim just to kind of explain kind of what our thinking was in that arena.
Sure, thank you, Member Charlene. Category is a placeholder that every center has had on their ticket, and very few use. Right now, we're setting everything as what's called an L request, locate request, an LREQ. because categories can get cumbersome. So it's something like you can open this can of worms and you can make it confusing beyond belief, or you can kind of guard it and only use it for cases that really make sense. One of the things that TCC talked about is, putting in a placeholder for large projects, a category of a project ticket, and be able to tie multiple tickets together because, as people have pointed out, half a mile on a ticket, 2 miles on a freeway. So let's say someone's, working 30 miles on the 15 freeway, they would be able to classify that as a project ticket and be able to tie them together through markers and through this category as a project ticket. And what that would do for both parties is the excavator would be able to know that, okay, all 15 of these tickets are one project, all 10 of these other tickets are a different project. And for the member, it allows them to go and know that this is a large project. Okay, we need to be in communication with the excavator. We need to know, where they're starting, where they're ending. Maybe we need to send more guys out to market rather than just the one locator, so it gets done on time. So it opens up a lot of communication and a lot of transparency between what's going on in the field and to the member. And then the member can tie all those tickets together with identifiers that we're going to put on the ticket as well for the members. It really, and we're hoping that, once none of this has been worked out yet. It's just a future placeholder. So there's a lot of what ifs. There's a lot of questions that you may be triggered in your mind to think of right now that we don't have answers to yet. But it's just something that we've started talking about. We see the benefit of it. So we're going to add this placeholder to our ticket to where in the future, once all of these questions get answered and hammered out within the TCC, and the TCC also relies on Carga because of the heavy excavator presence there. We vet a lot of these things through Carga, get their feedback, and then we work on it more, send it to Carga again. And so this is really early on in it, but it's a placeholder for large projects and be able to tie those together.
Member Sharlin, does that answer your question?
Yeah, that was great. Jim, what do you think the percentage is of callers that do receive a copy of their ticket? And is it staying the same, decreasing, or increasing?
I was trying to pull up my SQL as soon as I heard you ask that, and I haven't been able to do the query to give you an exact number. However, I do get reports every night of, we not only send email confirmations to excavators, but we send SMS confirmations if they ask for that as well. So an excavator could request an email and an SMS, or they can request one or the other or none. I have seen that the numbers for these have been increasing for both email and SMS. SMS is increasing at a much larger rate than email. And that makes sense because, like I said earlier, that's kind of where the world is going with technology is the mobile device. I want a text message. I may look at a text message in 40 seconds, but it's going to take me 5 minutes to look at an email. And so I have seen those numbers increase. I don't have an exact number for you right now. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Just that's very encouraging because I think more communication, getting more to the caller is always good.
That's why we love technology. I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Member Munoz. You had some additional comments?
Yeah, and you Madam Chair, you set it up perfectly. So I just wanted to touch on the technology aspect of it. A lot of times technology outpaces oversight, guidance, statute, laws. So I think this is an awesome topic to come up, but I think we should focus on accuracy and precision as some of our drivers, and that's accuracy both in the field and how accurate is the data that we're putting in. Those are some questions that we should consider, and the precision, like how precise can we be? And I think sometimes when we hear these presentations, you know, we all look at it through different interests or different sides. And one of the things that I'm concerned in hearing this presentation is to make sure that we're not looking at this to replace our work in the field, because at the end of the day, this is really an added layer of safety, and I think that'll add to our accuracy and precision. And I'm going to give you a little example. So, you know, your layers could be off. You know, your map could have been updated from Mylars. Let's say your GIS was updated from Mylars at some point. And it could stay like that. You could not update it, but there are so many opportunities to touch it, right? So, and these are for, you know, your owners. You have, you know, valve exercising. You have, when you do daylighting, you have opportunities to update your data. And I think the thing that I hear from both call centers a lot is, what does that look like? What are the requirements to have accurate and precise data? What are the requirements that when you're, let's say, you're just even doing something as simple as valve exercising, that you're putting your GIS on there, you're getting your X, Y, potentially even a Z, and are you using that? Is it updating it? Because all of the technology that the call centers are doing, I would say, are like backstop technologies. They're being our emergency backstop, and we really need to get we need to start looking at the next presentation. I think it's going to be awesome. I think it's presentation 6, the planning and design ticket. So we really need to start having a focused discussion on the quality of the data, the planning process, and then the requirements to have precise and accurate data. But you know, like everyone keeps saying, these are great presentations, and I think we hear you loud and clear that you guys are taking these measures, but it is a backstop to prevent, you know, future issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Munoz. Before we close out the subject, is there any last minute comments from the board? If there is no further discussion, we'll proceed to next item. Great discussion. I want to again thank Mr. Schwilk, Mr. Wingate, and Ms. Diamond. Thank you very much for your comments, and we're really excited to see where this technology takes us. So thank you very much. We appreciate your time. The next item before the board is an information item with an update on safety standards and a discussion of the next steps. Ms. Branneman will be presenting this item for staff. Ms. Branneman, please proceed when you are ready.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. In its work on safety standards thus far, the board has looked at deep excavations using trenchless methods and also shallow excavations involved in earthwork and road construction. In July, the board conducted a workshop and released a survey to gather additional information about safety standards used in earthwork and road construction. The workshop was attended by approximately 130 stakeholders, and we received 13 survey responses. The board continues to hear from stakeholders that safety improves with increased communication regarding the location of underground facilities. A theme that emerged from the workshop was an idea of trust but verified concept. Excavators and operators apply this concept in their use of secondary locating techniques, either during the planning phase or prior to excavation, such as ground penetrating radar, GPR, or excavators using their own locating equipment to verify the accuracy of marks and identify potential unmarked abandoned facilities. The theme trust but verified showed up again when the survey respondents said that they would prefer to have utility maps in addition to field marks to better understand the location of facilities, thus improving safety. However, there was also a wide agreement amongst excavators that even when they request maps from operators, they rarely receive them. Some excavators stated that certain operators appear to have a universal policy of not providing maps. Additionally, stakeholders noted that even when they are provided maps, the quality of the mapping is often poor, limiting the potential safety benefits that information sharing provides. Another ongoing communication issue was identified during the workshop was the inability to reach operators via available contact information, which causes delays in scheduling meetings or standbys. In determining a path forward, the Safety Standards Committee proposes to focus on abandoned facilities. Abandoned facilities undermine the 811 process. They pose risk, which undermine established risk controls in several ways. Abandoned facilities are unknown to the excavator and will likely only be discovered once the excavation process has begun, denying the excavator the opportunity to design around or apply appropriate safety techniques. Abandoned lines also interfere with locate and mark practices. The 2020 Common Ground Alliance Dirt Information Reporting Tool, otherwise known as the DIRT report, shows that the root cause of pipeline damage in more than 20,000 instances nationally was identified by inaccurately marked facilities, thus causing a delay to the abandoned facility. This could lead the excavator to mistaking an abandoned facility for an active one or excavate near an active line that hasn't been indicated by the locate and mark process. In 2019, nearly 10% of the board's investigations involved abandoned facilities in some way. In the investigations report, it shows that problems with abandoned facilities often involved old, outdated maps. These mapping concerns underscore the importance of information sharing between parties and how communication is not necessarily considered in the current call before you dig process. Statute speaks of marking of abandoned lines and that all facilities be considered active, and that the board considered the risk in mistaking inactive lines may cause in cases it is located above an active facility. Staff recommends that the board discuss the issue of abandoned facilities and weigh whether it should be the next topic of area for further investigation by staff and the Safety Standards Committee to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Branneman. I appreciate that. Before we move forward to opening discussion, Member Johns, as you have been working with staff on this item, is there anything you would like to say before we move to public comment?
No, I think that covered it pretty well. And there are just large issues that come out of this. So keeping it focused on what Ms. Branneman covered is, I think, the best right now.
Thank you. We will now proceed to public comment on this item. If you would like to make a public comment, please click the raise hand button in the webinar or submit your comment via webinar ask a question feature. I want to remind the public, when you do make a comment, please make sure you introduce yourself by providing your full name and the company that you represent. Staff, are there any comments from the public?
Just a moment. We received no comments on this item.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment, we'll return to the board. As a reminder, in the packet, the staff recommendations are on page 6, so we can discuss that. Is there any other board? Go ahead. Is there any board comments at this point? I'm going to open it up to the board.
Madam Chair, Member Bianchini, the only add I would have to that for consideration for the rest of my board members and the public is not only abandoned lines, but what we call spare conduits or facilities. A lot of times in new construction, we are asked to put in multiple spares. Usually they are above the primary and secondary in a joint trench situation. And it's been told to us by PG&E and other meetings that they do not mark those lines or give us the quantity of those because they figure without an asset in it, that it is not a live line, so they don't mark them. That's a misleading concept, because when we dig down and we find 2 lines that are marked on the ground and they're spares, we believe that to be the primary and secondary, because we don't get in to the box conduit to see how many are actually coming out. And that's a dangerous situation for us to then excavate underneath and find the 12 kV accidentally with an excavator.
Thank you. Any other board comments?
For clarification, Member Bianchini, so are you seeing that they do not mark that the spares are there ever, or is that just is that a one-off, or tell me about that the
No,
likelihood of that?
They don't, and in previous meetings, PG&E has told us, specifically PG&E, I don't know about SoCal Edison, but they have told us that they don't consider that, and it's not on their mapping because they don't use the conduit yet, so they don't map it, even though it was put in on their behalf as spares for future. So no, it's not marked. And when we see 2 4-inch conduits shown there on the ground, we locate usually the first 2 are those spares. And you know, if you're not super experienced at this and you have your vac truck or your guys hand dig down another 24 inches to find the real ones, it can be catastrophic.
I think that's a good point, and I think it's considered like a new installation, and it sounds like it should be considered live, all of them.
Agreed. If nothing else, we need to know that it's there and it isn't the 2 primary and secondary that we're looking for.
So, Ms. Branneman, question for you. I believe there was a report, and I can't find it on here, where across the country, a lot of the incidents that occur, I think abandoned lines was number 3. Can you expand upon that?
Yes, that was in the 2020 Common Ground Alliance damage information reporting tool. And it was marked that number 3, the root cause, was showing pipeline damage in more than 20,000 incidents. It was determined that it was identified by abandoned lines.
Thank you. Any other board comments?
Madam Chair, this Member Johnson just had one comment. I totally agree that communication is the key to safety out there. Kind of struggling with the issue of others locating to verify, particularly telecommunications, and unless they're locating it for verification without unhooking or just coupling the cable and or GPR. Just the concern about out of services that may occur if someone does something that they're not familiar with.
Thank you. So the question before us from staff is, just to reiterate, as staff recommends that the board discuss the issues of abandoned facilities and weigh whether it should be the next topic area for further investigation by staff and the Safety Standards Committee to consider. So can I hear your responses to that specific recommendation? Any board members?
Member Voss here, I'd like to concur with staff's recommendation that possibly for the next topic would be abandoned facilities. I know in our agricultural setting, in my personal experience, we recently ran into this on a ranch where we were doing some leveling activity, and trying to find who the owner was has been an issue in regards to, we've discovered it fortunately. I mean, didn't show up in the USA, and but we found it without damage. But what you don't know is whether there's still remnants of product in it, right? And so yeah, I think it's a good topic for agriculture as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Voss.
Member Bianchi, I agree. with Member Boss that we should make it another topic. I would like to also add the unmarked spares in there as well.
Thank you.
Member Munoz, I love this topic. Talk about it all the time. So I concur, and I agree with Member Bianchini that the unmarked spares is a risk, and it's similar in its surprise element in the field to excavators.
Thank you. I also concur with the recommendations. Any other comments?
Member Charlene agrees that this does affect locating. I think when we do look into it, it's going to come up to the maps, and I agree with the empty ducts or the new ducts as how fast that this info can get onto maps, but more information on a map, as well as looking into this, what I've been told, and I don't know if it's still going on, which is any reason that they don't want to put this abandoned facilities on maps due to tax reasons or saving money. And because I just want to, I think we need as much information on maps as possible.
Yeah, Member Johns, I do concur, and I've been involved for several years now with the Common Ground Alliance best practices. We've brought that up as what they call a transaction record, a TR. It's hard to get overall consensus to really move along that subject. But I do feel like we have the opportunity as the board to address it and come up with some good guidelines. We do have in 4216 actually states marking abandoned facilities. Granted, there hasn't been a adopted practice in the industry, but I think taking a proactive approach to it would be a great start, and something that we can't wait for the rest of the nation to do. So definitely agree with the approach.
Thank you, Member Johns. Any other comments? I highly recommend you review. There's so much data that they provided us. And Ms. Branneman, I see that there was 13 responses, but you had a lot of lively discussion, correct? And you followed up with some phone interviews as well to go over some of the questions. Is that correct?
Yes, Jeff McCallahan, our policy analyst, had 8, he followed up with 8 individuals, and they had in-depth conversations. So staff would like to personally thank all of the 13 individuals that responded, and we'd like to extend our additional gratitude to the 8 individuals that gave more time so we could have a clarifying conversation on the survey responses. Those conversations are deeply appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Branneman, and thank you to your staff for such a thorough report. I really enjoyed reading that. It was interesting. If there are no further questions, then we're going to go ahead and proceed to the next item. Thank you, Ms. Branneman.
Thank you.
The next item before the board is an information item with a discussion on comparing and contrasting the planning and design ticket processes of California with those recently enacted in Colorado. Mr. Finn of staff will be presenting this item. Mr. Finn, please proceed when you are ready.
Good morning, Chair and board members. Tom Finn, Operations Manager with staff. I'm here today presenting on research staff conducted comparing and contrasting the planning and design process in California with that of a state with a recently revised Call Before You Dig law, Colorado. For the board to consider as staff provides its presentation, staff's recommendation is that the board directed to continue gathering information regarding the approach that Colorado has taken to planning and design tickets. Specifically, that the board determine whether 1, to invite input from stakeholders on this topic, and 2, consider lessons learned from Colorado in its implementation. Today, I will begin by explaining what spurred staff's work into this topic area, then explain planning options as they currently exist in California, report on findings about how Colorado approaches this issue, and then discuss some differences between the two approaches. During previous board discussions about perceived delays in the locate and mark process, one potential cause cited by stakeholders was the opinion that engineers and other project planners are creating standard new tickets for planning purposes when excavation will not begin within 14 days, but in actuality, several weeks or even months later. While concrete data to substantiate whether this is occurring is not available, staff considered whether or not it is feasible that this is indeed occurring, and if so, whether a specific plan and design ticket process could improve locate response times and safety, and if it could, what such a process might look like. Existing statute and regulation do not involve the one call process in the planning and design phase beyond the general requirement that those excavating notify the centers prior to beginning such activities. While not mandated to, both USA North and DigAlert have created an option for project designers to look up utility information through their websites. Empowered with this information, the designer may then contact each utility member directly to request further information, such as maps. While USA North in 2018 began offering this service for free, DigAlert currently charges a fee to use the service. It is feasible that charging a fee pushes project designers to use the free new ticket option. While available from DigAlert, data available from DigAlert on revenue received allows for a rough comparison of use of this option. Revenue from fees from planning processes show the number of users to be in the dozens, which is dwarfed by the hundreds of thousands of new excavation tickets seen during the review period that staff analyzed. Additionally, as there do not appear to be strong incentives for designers to use the utility lookup services, because there is also no regulatory or statutory requirement for an operator to provide utility location information in a manner that can compete with the timeliness of the one call process. It is feasible that all of these factors, including cost and a lack of requirements on how, when, or whether operators must respond, as well as a lack of knowledge about planning ticket options and encouragement to submit notifications, could be causing standard notification tickets to be used for planning purposes. Both USA North and DigAlert have proposed to their boards changing their ticket formats to include project ticket information in anticipation of implementing project tickets in the future. Colorado in 2018 revised its call before you dig law, and in so created a different ticketing process for projects that meet specific requirements. This process placed requirements on information sharing between operators in two areas. The first, a broadly defined category of those designing projects, including architects, engineers, and design persons. And secondly, additional requirements that apply to a subset of these projects, which meet specific requirements that mandates the application of the professional engineering practice of subsurface utility engineering, which will be discussed further in a moment. Specifically, Colorado law outlines how and when those designing projects should communicate with operators and requires them to obtain certain information and include it on the project plans. Additionally, operators are required within a 10-day period to provide specific information to those designers in one of the following forms. 1, facility location records. 2, marks on the ground. 3, other information as to the approximate location, not to include depth. For certain projects, Colorado also has additional requirements that must be completed during the planning process. Specifically, that subsurface utility engineering be applied. The additional subsurface utility engineering requirement, or SUE requirement, as I will call it, applies to projects that meet various criteria, including the contract must be with a public entity. It must involve primarily horizontal construction. It must have an anticipated excavation footprint that exceeds 2 feet in depth and that is a contiguous 1,000 square feet or involves utility boring. And 4, requires the design services of a licensed professional engineer. An integral component of SUE happens during the early design phase prior to construction. After receiving and reviewing best available records from the operator, the project owner, at its own expense, is then required to have a professional engineer conduct a SUE survey of the utility locations. At this stage, engineers conduct records research and geophysical investigations, use professional engineering judgment and knowledge of construction practices, as well as utility design principles, which are used to determine a quality level for the information regarding the location of underground utilities. To determine the applicable quality level, engineers use a standard guideline for the collection and depiction of existing underground utilities, referred to as ASCE 38, which is a best practice standard of the American Council of Engineering and the American Society of Civil Engineers. In essence, this quality level allows for consistency in reporting the accuracy of the information, and well as a way to know one project to project the accuracy and validity of the information provided. On highway projects using federal funding, studies by the U.S. Department of Transportation's Federal Highway Administration found that applying the SUE process and its inherent requirements of mapping underground facilities often results in cost benefits, as project dollars are saved by avoiding utility relocations, reducing project delays, reducing contractor risk, and improving overall safety. A 2002 study funded by the administration investigating the cost benefits of SUE found that the practice resulted in an average savings of over $4 for every dollar spent, which aligns with other studies which made similar conclusions. Due to the benefits attributable to applying SUE to projects, the U.S. Department of Transportation has been incentivizing its use on projects funded with federal funds through enhanced federal financial participation. According to data reported by the Common Ground Alliance in their next report, having accurate information of underground utilities helps to efficiently locate and mark facilities and helps prevent locate and mark delays, as well as prevents damages to utilities. In the report, CGA recommended a flexible ticketing process, such as the creation and use of design and planning tickets to help locators manage workloads and accommodate influxes of tickets. The Colorado One Call Center appears to be using an engineering ticket type to handle planning and design. Colorado appears to have implemented several of the concepts discussed within the CGA Next report in its Call Before You Dig process, including 1, early communication, which is required between operators and during the planning and design phase. 2, utility information, accuracy via application of SUE and information sharing during the planning and design phase of projects. The process for SUE and design persons establishes that communication must happen early in the design phase. Different types of excavation projects might need more communication or communication at different stages of the excavation. Standardizing communication by specifying what those communications should be and at what stage of an excavation ensures safety is at the forefront and at each step of the safe digging process, in that designs account for the presence and locations of any existing utilities. Third, new ticket types. New ticket types allow extended response time of 10 days for engineering requests. Having an alternative to the regular standard dig ticket allows for a flexibility in creating a separate or different processes that might be needed depending on the type of excavation. Unlike the engineering ticket and process for design persons, regular tickets review of underground facilities happens right before an excavation is to occur. With SUE and engineering tickets, location is determined. It was determined that certain projects needed to have a more thorough review and or understanding of facility location earlier in the project process. These processes also allow flexibility for an operator to respond within 10 days versus the 2 days for a standard new ticket, allowing for the associated workload of responding to engineering tickets to be absorbed during times where new ticket volume is lower. Staff proposes to continue gathering information regarding the approach that Colorado has taken to planning and design tickets, and staff recommends that the board, in addressing the issue of planning and design tickets in California, determine whether to, 1, invite input from stakeholders, and 2, consider lessons learned from Colorado's implementation. Once again, thank you, Chair Del Toro, and I'm happy to answer any questions the board has.
Thank you, Mr. Finn. Great report, very thorough. We will now proceed to public comment on this item. If you would like to make a public comment, please click on the raise hand button in the webinar or submit your comments via webinar ask a question feature. Staff, are there any comments from the public?
Just a moment. We received a comment from James Wingate, quote, "I strongly support staff's recommendation," end quote.
Thank you.
We have an audio comment from Jason Dennis. Jason Dennis, you are unmuted on our end and may proceed with your comment.
Yeah, I agree with efforts for subsurface utility engineering. I also agree with a lot of the stuff that Colorado 811 has done. They've really revamped the laws out there and they've done a great job doing it. And I do agree with the recommendations.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public?
There are no further public comments.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, we will turn to the board. Would any board member like to begin the discussion?
Member Bianchini, I would like to add to the discussion. I do like the comments from staff, but I would add to that if we used, or it was required to use by members, either that or BIM, building image modeling. We are doing a successful one right now with a large general contractor that has gone through and done the BIM with vacuum safe digging that gives the actual presence of the utilities and the grid of the utilities underground that is even more accurate than just pulling the maps together and getting the best. I mean, these are GPS image and it's in a 3D model so that you can see where the new utility would either thread through or have to go underneath or above. And that's all done in cooperation with a design build.
Thank you. Any other board comment?
Member Munoz, I kind of want to ask my fellow board members a question. When we're framing this in our minds, and I think Member Johns probably has the most influence on the way I frame this in his world, and then there's all of our other worlds, but I feel like this is really something I need Member Johns' help with. Where are we deciding that the planning is occurring? Are we deciding that the planning is occurring in discovery prior to the design of the project, or is it in the execution of the plan when design has occurred, or is it in both situations? When we start at a starting point, I think planning and design tickets, I think I would like to hear some clarification what that impact might look like. What would be required for your design outlook? And I guess that really goes to Member John, and then I would like to hear from Member Bianchini what that looks like. Do you guys do something similar when it's planning for execution?
Member Johns?
Wow, thank you for that question. The design ticket idea, and it goes back and Mr. Finn covered it real well 20 years ago or so. It was and promoted by Department of Transportation. So this whole SUE ASCE 3802 system, it was pretty much geared towards, large transportation projects. So it really lends itself to that. And the goal is to include all the underground research and everything up front into the design. So really, like I said, months, years ahead. But if it can be through an effort of cooperation and some upfront research, if you can get that information and a background map for the overall construction, it just goes through the whole project, the whole process. It improves it. So when by the time it gets to construction, even if you don't have the exact location, you kind of have different utilities identified, pretty much know what you're looking for in the field, and it just gives everybody a good starting point for understanding what's out there. And then when you get into the actual callouts for the excavation callouts, it gets everybody on the same page. So I totally concur with the idea of it. Some of the smaller projects it might not lend itself to, but I think Member Munoz, you're saying who would do this is pretty much the big projects do it up front. If you had some smaller projects, even a new pipeline or a facility, you would be planning that out early and putting your construction drawings together, and then you identify the conflicting utilities and things in the area. So again, you get the engineer 6 months in advance looking for these utilities, identifying them early, and even coming up with plans to work around them. That $4.62 saved for every dollar spent. I think that's really on the low end. It's a significant process, and if we could get there's issues about who pays up front and things like that, but if it could be incorporated, it's to everybody's benefit.
Thank you, Member Jones. Member Bianchini?
Yeah, Member Munoz, I know you and I have talked about, and you've done budgets for plant work and relocations and so forth. And obviously in a situation, a setting like that, we're actually involved in design builds, and we're chosen to be on a team for the relocation and the make ready of a new hospital or an expansion to a hospital. So that includes very, very specific items such as oxygen, hot water, chilled water, tempered chilled for computer systems that can't go down. So the precise location in the model imaging that we have to do, there's no room for error. It can't be shut down when we have to, move the utilities around and then tie into existings. We're doing them with plug valves so that the systems are up until we just turn the valve and the other one comes on. So that kind of modeling, it has to be precise and exact, much like when you've done it in plants and so forth. So it depends on the type of project, but some of the larger, the Stanfords, Davis, the bigger hospitals that just can't have any downtime at all, that they believe that BIM modeling and the early engineering up front, it's usually, I think we were awarded a contract and we don't even start any excavation until 2024, I believe on that. So this early modeling is for that preparation to it.
Thank you. Member Munoz?
So then I guess as a follow-up, and this now is to everyone, do we see that this the way that it's outlined right now, and by the way, this is fantastic work, and I really do agree with what Colorado's doing, but I want to know the way it's framed now. Are we giving enough space where we have that discovery, pre-engineering design phase, the discovery phase, I'm going to call it, and then the executing planning precision phase, or are we lumping it all together? And I guess, that's my question for you guys. How are we defining the planning and design tickets in this document?
Mr. Finn, are you able to respond to that?
Yes, Member Munoz. So the Colorado, as they specifically state and require, so subsurface utility engineering is, as I said, a specific set of requirements to a subset of projects. the terminology related to, is it defined in, on page 3 of attachment A? Architects, engineers, or other persons designing excavation shall obtain general information as to the description, nature, and location of underground utilities in the area of such proposed excavation, and include such general information in the plans or specifications to inform an excavation contractor of the existence of such facilities and of the need to obtain information thereon pursuant to subsection 3 of this section, which outlines the standard ticket request process. The bottom of that page in section 2.7, an underground facility owner that receives a subsurface utility engineering notification or other request for information from a designer shall respond to the request within 10 business days after the request, not including the day of actual notice, in one or more of the following ways, and it outlines the options for responding. So the actual requirements into when and how they must respond is broadly applicable. However, the subsurface utility engineering requirements apply to a much narrower subset.
Thank you. Any other board comments?
Thank you, Mr. Finn, for reading that. I think that's kind of why I'm posing the question to my fellow board members to consider, is if the way that this is worded reflects an approach that we would like to take, or should we circle back on this and kind of consider that maybe there's a little bit, maybe a broader approach, but that's for your consideration. But I'd like to discuss that either now or in the future.
So thank you, Member Munoz. What I want to do is make sure that we read through their recommendations and just make sure that we're clear on what staff should do based on their recommendations. So the first one is they're asking if they should continue to gather information or the approaches of Colorado. So I'd like to get input at that. I vote yes, and we'll talk about that. The second question is, should we invite or get input from stakeholders? What are your thoughts on that? And also, should they consider lessons learned from Colorado implementation? So can we maybe discuss, one is, should we invite input from stakeholders? And two, should they continue to take a look at the Colorado approach?
Madam Chair.
Member John.
As long as the stakeholders include the developers, because they're the ones that are going to be impacted by the timelines.
Thank you. Any other member?
Member Munoz, I do think we should continue on, but after reading Colorado, I do, when it says in addressing the issues of planning and design tickets in California, I just want to kind of make sure we have a watch out of what we are calling a design or a planning ticket. And I think that answers that first question. We just need definition. And I'd like it to be perhaps more inclusive, but I think data gathering is important right now.
Member Bianchini, I agree with staff's recommendation, and I do agree that the input from stakeholders and to also consider the lessons learned from Colorado's implementation is very important. So I think they should continue on down the path.
Thank you. Member Voss?
Yeah, Madam Chair, yeah, I recommend that we continue to investigate what Colorado has done, and with additional information, determine how our system here in California can blend into theirs or vice versa.
Thank you. Did we hear from Member Bianchini? My apologies, we did.
Yes, I did.
Member Charlotte, I also agree with the recommendation to address the issues of planning and design tickets in California by inviting the stakeholders and also the lessons learned in Colorado.
Thank you. I also agree with the recommendations. Staff, are you clear on the directions that the board is proposing?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. we are.
All right, well, thank you. Any last minute board comments before we proceed to the next item? See no further comments. Now I see that we have about 20 minutes before we would break. May I get recommendations from staff as items on item 7? Would you like to go ahead and break now, or do you think we might be able to get through this topic?
Chair Del Toro, I believe it'll take me about 5 minutes to present.
Okay.
It might be good just to begin the presentation and do most of the discussion after lunch.
Okay, thank you. The next item before the board is an information item with a discussion on measuring ticket volatility and estimating locator workload. Mr. Marino will be presenting this item. Mr. Marino, please proceed when you are ready. Looks like you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. During the July meeting, the board had a discussion about locate and mark issues. One of the questions at issue was, if the locate and mark is strained right now, what will happen when even more people start using the 811 system? During that meeting, you created a ticket process committee of members being Keeney and Charland, who had a number of questions about what really were the pressures on the locate and mark system. What staff has done in this report is to start to quantify the pressure that ticket volatility brings. Foundational to this work are 2 ideas. One is that it's hard to staff locate and mark activities if volatility makes it difficult to provide people steady work. On the other hand, if the volatility issue is addressed, ticket volume shouldn't matter. An operator can and should staff at the appropriate level to complete the mandated work. The first thing what we did was recognize the largest source of the volatility, which is the cycle of when excavators make their notifications. As you can see in figure 1 of the report, Monday is almost always the heaviest day in terms of ticket volume. But what matters as much as the day of notification is the day the operator response is due. Now, we did not examine the due dates for individual tickets, as that requires data analysis with tools that we currently don't have. What we've heard from the one call centers is that the great majority of tickets request marks at the legal minimum of 2 working days, not counting the date of notification. If we were to assume that all tickets were due in the legal minimum of 2 days, we can see the results in figure 2. And in figure 2, we see that Wednesday 5:01 p.m. is the day that most tickets would be due. This makes sense, as Monday was the highest ticket volume day. But that also incorporates the Saturday and the Sunday requests. We did some simulations to see how operators could spread out their locate and mark work. And in it, we made a couple of assumptions. One is that locators would not be able to work any tickets the day they were submitted. They could only start the next day. The second assumption is that locators worked on weekends and holidays. Weekends is probably reasonable, holidays probably not reasonable, but there are only 10 holidays, so this didn't greatly affect the simulations. What we found, if you look at figure 7, is that if locators had 3 days to mark instead of the minimum of 2, this made an enormous difference in smoothing out the volatility. But similar workload, and that's just in this absolute deviation metric, which at the 2 days is very high. And once you start getting to 3 days, it starts to level out in terms of how much volatility there is. So you could also see similar workload improvements if only 25% of excavators requested start dates later than 2 days. Therefore, it is likely that by encouraging those who don't need to start work in that legal minimum of 2 days to request it in 3 or more days, that much of the workload issue could be resolved. And in fact, volatility improvements for providing more time than that have quickly diminishing returns. When we talk about excavators voluntarily requesting later start dates, we have to consider why they're not doing it now. And there are several possible reasons. I want to preface these reasons with the fact that we don't have information to say what contribution each of these reasons may make. Number one is that a lot of excavators just can't wait more than 2 days. They may be getting their permits and they have to start right away. Second reason is that some excavators may feel like they need a built-in buffer because they expect 1 or more late locates. Remember that there are an average of 7 or 8 operators on every ticket. If only 1 is late, then the excavator still has to wait. Number 3 is that we've told excavators to put in a ticket 2 days before they begin work. 811 marketing has given excavators no reason to think that requesting a ticket 2 days out puts any burden on excavators. It may be that they're giving the 2 days notice because that's what they think they're supposed to do. And then lastly, tickets are valid for 28 days from the date of ticket issuance, not from the legal start date. Each extra day the excavator gives eats into the length of the ticket before it would need to be renewed. So far, however, we've talked about this at the macro level. The data that we worked with was dig alert data over 1.5 years. Voluntary measures are unlikely to address all the issues, especially when we get at the local level. Calaveras County Water District provided us with ticket data from mid-2020 through September. And you can see their ticket numbers ballooning in the second quarter of 2021 in figure 8. The reason for this is pole inspection from a contractor for PG&E began working in the area and swamped it with notifications. Calaveras County Water District rep told us that they received 700 new tickets in 1 day when they commonly only receive 250 tickets in a month. If you look at figure 10 and that same workload variability chart, it only starts to even out after the excavator provides 6 days to mark. And right now we're only looking at the day-to-day variability for June. This does not count the fact, this assumes that Calaveras County could from month to month instantly hire the right amount of people for the work month to month. So this only looks at the variability for June. And we can't really expect excavators just to voluntarily request mark 6 days in advance as a blanket expectation. This suggests that sometimes more active intervention may be necessary. For instance, PG&E could have brokered a discussion between its contractor and fellow USA North members to negotiate a marking schedule, but the answer may not always be so simple for other cases. It may be appropriate to create project tickets like was discussed in the last item and has been discussed a lot this meeting for those planned work that cover large areas or involve a large number of tickets. These simulations are just simulations. We have not verified that the model for locator workload is correct. For this reason, we recommend that we obtain electronic positive response data for these days to see if response codes correlate to high and low work dates. And we also recommend, as was discussed in the previous item, to continue to explore project tickets, and happy to answer any questions.
Oops, I was muted. Thank you, Mr. Marino. I apologize for that. Before we open it up to questions, I'd like to ask Member Bianchini and Member Charlin that worked with staff on this item to provide any additional input they may have.
Member Bianchini. I believe staff did a great job in representing the couple committee meetings that we've had on this and investigating into it. This is just one variation of some of the things we've talked about and needs a lot more discussion and looking into, but this goes a long ways into trying to ease the tension on the locating industry.
Thank you.
Yeah, Member Charlene. Yeah, this has got a lot of components, and we got to pick a place to start. And it's going to affect other areas, like the mapping and the design tickets. And I think it's going to be a lot of different things. But again, we had to start somewhere, and kind of focusing in on what the recommendation is a good place to start.
Thank you. As this item involves the California Regional Notification Centers, Dig Alert and USA North 811, I would like to give them the courtesy of providing their comments before we move to the public at large. Mr. Wingate?
Diamond, you are unmuted, and James Wingate, you are unmuted on our end.
This is James Wingate. I don't have any further comments at this time. I commend Dig Board staff for excellent analysis so far. It gave me a lot to think about. For example, I would like to know or do some research on my side about if the ticket was created with the minimum notice, how likely was it, or what percentage, how do the numbers vary about getting responses on time from operators if the ticket is given the minimum legal notice, less than the legal notice, or more than the legal notice. So that gave me an idea to check some stats on my side, see if I can provide some information that might be helpful.
Thank you. Ms. Diamond?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Dig Alert has been starting to change our message. Our message for 45 years has been at least 2 working days notice, and we're going to start subliminally getting people to start thinking about that 14-day notice that they can give us, because the majority of projects, as was discussed, in the previous item about pre-planning and whatnot, people know about a project going to start, large projects especially, more than 2 working days in advance, not counting the date of notification. So that is something that Dig Alert is doing, is we're trying to change our messaging to that, up to 14 days, you can contact us.
Okay, thank you. We still have a few minutes, so what I'd like to do is start with public comment on this item. If you would like to make a public comment, please click the raise hand button in the webinar or submit your comment via the webinar ask a question feature. So staff, are there any comments from the public at this point?
Just a moment. We've received no public comments.
See no further public or no comment at all. We will, well, I'm not going to turn this to the board. We're so close to lunch. So what I'd like to do if the board members are not opposed is we will recess for lunch at this time. We'll resume in 90 minutes. So we have an hour and a half. So let's come back and be back by 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Remember,
Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I gotta run to the airport. I should be back in time, but just in case. I'm not back, go ahead and start without me.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate
I'll
that.
try to be on my own mobile if I can.
All right, you got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
staff. Is everyone in place?
We are ready to proceed.
All board members on?
Right here.
Great, thank you. The lunch recess has ended. The meeting will return to order. Welcome back, everyone. Before we left, we had a report given to us by Mr. Marino on item 6, which was, I'm sorry, item 7, which is on measuring ticket volatility and estimating locator workload. We had no public comments, so at this point, what I'd like to do is go ahead and open it up for the board for any questions or discussions that you might have or comments. Please proceed. Do we have any board comments?
Member Munoz, I think that based on the massive amount of calculations done here and correlations and data presented by the team, this kind of coincides with what we have been discussing anecdotally for a very long time. But I think this is a good summary, and I think we should continue on this pathway. So I support the recommendations from staff.
What I'd like to do is reread the recommendations that we're giving for staff to refresh our memory. The recommendation that was provided by Mr. Marino says, what is unclear is how this volatility affects locate and mark compliance. Staff recommends that it obtain electronic positive response data so that it can be correlate high and low workload days to electronic positive response codes. Staff also recommends that it explore options such as project tickets to improve communication between excavators with large, long-lasting planned work and operators. Board, any additional comments?
Member Bianchini, I agree with staff's recommendation. The only adder that I would have to that is the exploration as noted in Mr. Marino's report of possibly moving the 28-day calendar to the day the ticket clears as opposed to the day the ticket is drawn.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Member Voss here. I concur with staff's recommendation as well. And we could tie this to some real data and electronic positive response. That would be good. Also, yes, as far as the ticket in regards to calling it in early and giving up those days prior to when you're really going to start, that's a big issue. I know we on a side issue, and we won't take it up today, but on the ACE ticket, we have a similar problem that needs to be dealt with. But we'll leave that for another day. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board comment? Mr. Marino, I also agree with your recommendations, so we should move forward with that. If there is no further discussion, we'll proceed to the next item. Thank you, Marino, for that report. Item 8. The next item before the board is an information item with a discussion on ideas received through the idea register. Mr. Marino, please proceed with your presentation when you are ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the 2020 strategic plan, the board developed a formalized method of incorporating public input. And the rationale for that was while members of the public may not have the perspective to understand the right solutions to problems that they're seeing, solutions are created through your deliberative process, but they are probably in the best position to identify the problems. We therefore review ideas submitted to an idea register every year to determine whether these ideas and the problems therein are appropriate for possible review in next year's work. This is the second year you've reviewed the ideas submitted to the idea register. We have 5 submissions in addition to the 7 that we had received last year, and I'll briefly present these 5 submissions. We welcome your thoughts and discussion in advance of developing the 2022 plan. So we received 5. The first one was from Anthony Headley, which expresses the concerns about some operators, particularly municipalities, who may not be providing all of their, might not be providing the correct marks, may not be providing sufficient marks to identify all the subsurface installations. There's concern about that this maybe is appropriate for enforcement and perhaps education as well for these particular municipalities. And this has been discussed. I think Member Bianchini's brought it up in the past about operators, not all operators providing the number of facilities when they are providing marks as required by CGA best practices, which are referenced as a requirement of the law. And so that is the first idea that's been submitted. The second was from Steve Cleaver of PG&E, and the concern is electronic positive response and when those electronic positive response, when they should be submitted. He brings up the concern that essentially if it's marked at 450, that it may take some time, especially in places where there's not connectivity, for the locator to enter the information into the electronic positive response system. And so Mr. Cleaver is requesting clarification and is suggesting that there may be room to request or to for the board to say that an operator can get more time after 5:01 on the day that it's due to submit their electronic positive response to the system. The third idea is from Ms. Diamond and Mr. Wingate regarding operators and operators ceasing to be members. The concern is that some members essentially cease not on their own accord, but due to non-payment. And they're suggesting that this should be an item which the board might want to enforce, that 4216.1 requires operators to be members, including paying the fees for the one call center. And if they're stopping paying the fees, they're in violation. And so the suggestion is that that there is enforcement of these operators who are not paying. And I do believe that the fee regulation that has just been adopted does require the call centers to provide us this information, so about who has ceased to be members. So that information is being transmitted, or at least will be transmitted starting in January 1. The fourth idea has to do with tracer wire. Jeffrey Peterson from Copperhead Industries. Copperhead Industries is a company that provides tracer wire, and suggesting that people adopt or perhaps use their product. And that's about all I'll say about that one. And then the last one is from Shane Taylor from the city of Arroyo Grande. Concerned that Caltrans is not a member of 811. And essentially the concern appears to be Caltrans not being a member may be creating more accidents and creating situations in which excavators are not aware that there are Caltrans facilities in the vicinity. And those are the 5 ideas that were submitted this year since the last time you discussed this. I think it was last November. And we are interested in any comments and discussion you may have in anticipation of preparing the 2022 plan. Member Del Toro, I believe you're muted.
That's what happens after lunch. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Marino. We'll proceed to public comment on this item. If you would like to make a public comment, please click the raise hand button in the webinar or submit your comment via webinar ask a question feature. Staff, are there any comments from the public?
Just a moment. We received no public comments.
See no public comment, we will proceed to the board. Is there any board? Would any member like to begin the discussion?
Member Bianchini, I would. I obviously agree with Mr. Headley. The traffic loops, signal lights, and everything are a large concern because they are never marked, and when it's been overlaid, we don't know where they are, and the original saw cutting just cuts through loops and streetlights easily. As to Mr. Cleaver's, I do think we should take it up as a board to discuss, although I know excavators have a hard stop at 5 o'clock to call in tickets. I'm not sure why that they would be given any more, except for they're out there locating until 5, I guess. So we could discuss an additional hour or something just to clear the ticket. I agree with Ms. Diamond and Mr. Wingate on the call centers notifying our investigative team on the lack of payment. On Copperhead Industries, I think that was a disingenuous ploy for advertisement, and I don't even think we should talk about that any further. And I do agree with the concerns of Mr. Taylor from the city of Arroyo on the particular issue of Caltrans. I know that anytime we're working on a facility, and particularly on the peninsula in the Bay Area, Highway 82 goes through about 11 towns, and you have to pull a Caltrans permit, and right on the permit, if you don't read the fine print, it says on there that you got to do your own locating on behalf of Caltrans, and I just think that's BS as well. So I agree we should look into that one too. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Member Munoz, I agree with very similar to what Member Bianchini is saying, but I kind of wanted to hear Member Bianchini's experience with, and Member Charlin's experience with this tracer wire. What do they, I read it, but do you guys have some in the field comments?
Member Charlene, well, we don't install, we just use whatever's provided to us. And it's typically found with gas lines. But again, we don't support any type of wiring other than it to be not broken and sufficient, but it's really utilities. They're the ones that are making those decisions on what they're going to use. But having a good tracer wire is very important, I will say that.
Member Bianchini, I agree with Member Charlin that it's usually the engineer. Member Johns could probably speak into it. Usually spec sat, it's normally a number 8 copper strand, and not so much the solids, because if the solid gets pierced, usually you have a chance of a few more hanging on the strand wire. But we install what either the utility specs and or is spec by the municipality. A lot of times water line is the same thing. We have, wire that goes along and strapped to the water line too. So, I mean, this is just a product for locating. It's I don't know that it's any superior or less superior than just good old coated copper wire.
I guess I should clarify my question. I agree with you on the publicity nature of this, but I wanted to know how often are they, is this found to be damaged or not intact? Is it a problem that we're seeing increased damage to tracer wire?
I know it's required that if we do, when we're excavating and or accidentally with a shovel breaks it, we are to repair it, and then the requirement is we have to do an ohms test on it to make sure that it pulls a signal from both ends and it's clear all the way through and not broke. So no, I don't think in the industry, just from my perspective, that's a big thing, because the responsibility is to get that reconnected for the next guy as well. But it is a major part of the specs on water lines, obviously on gas lines. It's not so much on the electrical lines, because they can be tied onto and they have other means of connecting and searching where those are. But it's obviously a great product because you can exactly tell where the municipality pipeline is because it's taped to it.
Yeah, I remember Charlotte. I mean, if the line's by itself and the tracer wire is broken, you can pick that up pretty good. The problem is when it runs with other utilities and then your signal bleeds over and now you're off the tracer wire, you're onto something else. But when we do figure out that that's what the issue is, we contact our utility company, and then they go into repair and replace and into those types of things. But it's not a lot, but it does happen.
Thanks, guys.
Any further board comment?
Yeah, Member John's here. Yeah, I kind of agree with the other board members. I do, in particular, the tracer wire as an example of somebody offering up a technology or an idea that might be viable. I hate to task our staff with more stuff, but I think maybe as part of our best ideas and stuff, that we do have as something like that comes in, that we are able to review it as for the staff to review, and then perhaps use somebody like the CGA, regional CGA technology group to evaluate it and just be able to monitor and keep it going, because there are good ideas that come out or gaps that as technology evolves. So I don't want to discourage people from submitting them, but maybe just an avenue that makes it doesn't come directly as a board item.
Madam Chair, this is Marshall. I just wanted to comment on the issue with the notification back to the one call center for the EPR. I can let you know that Carga has been discussing that under the leg reg portion of the 4216. And so just wanted to let you know that there is discussion being, or has already been had with that item.
Thank you.
Member Voss here, I think in general, I think I too agree with my fellow board members. And the tracer wire, the only thing I would ask there is, should there be a requirement of some kind of a tracer wire for natural gas and water? Only obviously this company's technology, I'm sure there's other means. I think Ron spoke to it, but just use an electrical wire or some form of it, but maybe it does have some validation if it's not necessarily required at the moment. Other than that, I concur that these are all generally pretty good ideas that need to be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, one more comment regarding the traceable facilities. I think there's something in place that everything that's placed in the ground has to be traceable. I don't know how long that's been, so if it's just not, then it's up to the facility owner to make it traceable.
Agreed. Any other comments? Seeing that there's no further discussion, we'll proceed to the next item. The next item is board member public engagement reports regarding any relevant experiences with the public relating to the board or safe excavation practices. We'll begin with board comments followed by public comments. Are there any board members who would like to provide updates on public engagements?
Member John's here. I wasn't representing the board necessarily, but was involved as a presentation with the Common Ground Alliance. Had their conference in Orlando this year. And however, I mean, just anytime we as a board are in public, it could possibly be construed as that. So anyway, but I think it's good to get out. And it was I think a good conference, and yeah, I think it was worthwhile to share with them. And just as a plug for the CGA, they are having their conference coming in April of this year to Anaheim. So be ready for that.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other board members that would like to comment? Seeing none, we will now proceed to public comment on this item. If you would like to make a public comment, please click the raise hand button in the webinar or submit your comment via the webinar ask a question feature. Staff, are there any comments from the public?
We received no public comments at this time.
Seeing no comments, we will proceed. The next item on the agenda today is the Executive Officer's Report from Tony Marino. I'll turn the floor over to you, Mr. Marino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll start with our enforcement report from Chief Jason Coursey.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. Chief Investigation Jason Coursey Enforcement Action Report for November 9th, 2021. In addition to the notice of probable violation that was on the agenda today, we're going to report action taken by our partner agencies, the Contractor State License Board, on the board referral of enforcement. The board previously approved the notice of probable violation issued to West Coast Construction, case number 20 LA 10852, for a violation of Government Code 4216.2B, excavating without a ticket. The NOPV included a recommendation for completion of the board's education course. The NOPV with recommendation were referred to the Contractor State License Board for enforcement. In their response, the Contractor State License Board stated that after a thorough investigation, they have determined that West Coast Construction violated several sections of the Business and Professions Code. As a result of the investigation, the Contractor State License Board recommended a letter of admonishment to be issued to West Coast Construction. The letter of admonishment may also include a corrective action plan, which will require the correct contractor to address specific issues or face more severe consequences. The letter of admonishment will be disclosed by the Contractor State License Board for a period of 1 year from its effective date. We also completed the first 2 presentations of our education course on August 16th and September 20th of this year. In total, 28 individuals attended the 2 trainings and received certificates of completion. 16 contractor representatives, and 12 operator representatives. The feedback we received from those in attendance with regard to the content and delivery of the course was all positive. And this is a milestone for our enforcement program because it marks the conclusion of the enforcement case cycle. That is the end of the enforcement action report for November 9th. I can take any questions on this report at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corsi. Is there addition to that, Mr. Marino?
I'll go into the other items of the executive officer's report.
Thank you.
First, I'd like to welcome Deborah Green, who is an office technician that we hired and began on October 25th. She will be working on the NOPV process, among another number of other things. So we're happy to have her on board. On October 11th, the Office of Administrative Law approved the fee regulation. This is the regulation that you voted on last September, finally went through, and that means it'll be in effect January 1st, which was our deadline, and definitely thanks to Department of Finance and Office of Administrative Law for helping make that happen. If we did not make it for this January, we'd have to wait another year, which would have been disruptive in a number of ways. There's some changes related to that regulation, just to remind you. There's a drop in the amount that we'll be collecting from $7 million a year to $5 million a year for the next several years. And that drop is associated with us having repaid our startup loan. There's a change in fee timing. Will be the billing cycle will be the fiscal year from July 1 to June 30th instead of the calendar year. And we'll be posting everyone's fee amount on our website in March, on March 1st. So that should give operators 3 months before the new fee is imposed, and we're hoping that better aligns with the budget cycle of local governments. And a little later in my report, I'll talk about what we plan to do to communicate these changes. We will, for 2022, AB 361 allows us to continue meeting virtually through the 31st of January. We haven't finalized meeting dates after January just because of we're still trying to figure out uncertainty about whether or not there'll be any extensions to the virtual meeting requirement or not. We're hoping to get that nailed down in the next month and get you dates. The January board meeting will, however, be on January 11th. And I'll talk a little bit about the transition in moving us from CAL FIRE to the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety. Part of that move already happened, which was a physical move from north of Sacramento, or the north part of Sacramento in the Arden area, moving back downtown, and that happened Saturday, October 30th. There's a number of things that we're still trying to set up, including mail, getting all that nailed down. We're working with a consultant to transfer everything from CAL FIRE to energy safety. This is HR, IT, all the fiscal and purchasing, all of those functionalities will need to be moved. One thing, it appears, and this was a concern, but it appears that it should not greatly affect our HR recruitment timing. That was a concern, given that a recruitment starting at CAL FIRE might not end before January 1st, and we weren't sure when we could begin with energy safety. We still don't have all those details nailed down, but it should not greatly affect that timing. We do anticipate there will be some disruptions. In particular, all of our email addresses will be changing. Essentially, they should be the same email addresses. Instead of @fire.ca.gov, they'll be @energysafety.ca.gov. And so we'll have to manage that from an internal standpoint and figure out how to message that externally to those who might want to send us information. The website, we don't anticipate to be fully transitioned on January 1st. We expect that to carry over an extra month or so. On January 18th, we plan to have a town hall of sorts, the week after our first meeting. And that would be to discuss changes associated with being in a new department and what stakeholders might be interested in and what that change means for them and them interacting with us. Also to invite operators to ask questions regarding the fee. Our fee has been in the past somewhat complicated. It continues, even with the new regulation, to be somewhat complicated. We think it is going to be easier for them, but it's a change. And so we want to make sure that we communicate that appropriately. And then last, just want to note that this is the last meeting that you will be having, that you had under the banner of CAL FIRE and the Office of the State Fire Marshal. As of January 1, we're moving to the new Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety. So we're very excited about where we're going, but I want to take some time to acknowledge all the assistance we receive from CAL FIRE and the State Fire Marshal, without which we wouldn't be where we are today. CAL FIRE is notable, I think, among state agency in the dedication of its employees towards its mission, and its mission of protecting the health and safety of Californians, specifically against fire dangers. But this dedication is not limited to those who pick up a hose or an axe to fight fires on the front line. It pervades the entire organization, whether we're talking about HR, physical services, IT, or budgets. I think, as a lot of you've seen, certainly members, government can be complicated. No one steps into it knowing the rules. No one steps into it knowing how to get anything done. And you get good in this world through dedication. And CAL FIRE's HR, accounting, budgets, and IT and other support functions are very good. And then on a more personal note, I want to thank the State Fire Marshal's Office for welcoming me in 2017 and for welcoming all of us as we've grown over the last 4 years. So I came in to the office on July 10th, 2017, I think, with a bunch of scrap paper stapled together and 3 pens I stole from Senator Hill's office in the legislature. But from the start, I was welcomed by the staff at the State Fire Marshal, from Fire Marshals Matheson and Richwine, their senior staffs, all the way down to Toshi, Julie, and Derek at the desk. And of course, Chiefs Meyer, Garino, and Collins, who I spent many a Saturday in the office working with. In short, we couldn't have asked for a finer group of people to start our journey with. And so to CAL FIRE and the State Fire Marshal, I'd like to say this, that thank you and see you at lunch, because we're just across the street after all. And that is the end of my report.
Thank you, Mr. Marino. Before I move on, I also want to take a moment to thank CAL FIRE. As chair for the past year, I've had a window into the machine of the administrative process that staff has to go through. It isn't just that board staff have to produce a lot of paperwork and jump through a lot of hoops, but it is also HR, accounting, budget, and other CAL FIRE units that need to be there for us to move forward in our mission. What I have seen is that just as CAL FIRE staff has dedicated its mission of protecting the health and safety of Californians from the threat of wildfire, which I'm personally affected, so thank you. CAL FIRE staff have been dedicated to support our mission. For that, CAL FIRE has our eternal gratitude. What I'd like to do as part of this process is I need to open this up for the executive report for public comment, and then we'll move into the board, and I'll ask the board if they have any messages for CAL FIRE. That would be the appropriate time to proceed with it. Thanks for the executive officer's report. We will need to now proceed to public comment, as I mentioned on this item. If you would like to make a public comment, please click the raise hand button in the webinar, submit your comment via the webinar ask a question feature. Staff, are there any comments from the public?
Just a moment. We received no public comments.
Seeing there's no public comment, we'll go ahead and move over to the board members. Mr. Corsi again and Mr. Marino, thank you for your comments. Are there any comments from the board?
Member Bianchini, Madam Chair. Yeah, I also would like to thank the accommodating Chief Rich Wine and all of his staff for any time we ever showed up there. They were just, I mean, we were disrupting their whole day having a board meeting there, and they were always so nice and accommodating to us in and out of the building and down the hallways and so forth. Just always really nice people to work with, and I really appreciate that. And gonna miss that part of the interaction when we're back in person-to-person meetings.
Member Charlin? Yeah, I also would like to thank CAL FIRE and the State Fire Marshal for helping us get such a quick startup. These are two highly respectable organizations here in California, and just being part of that gave us instant credibility. And from using their office space in Harvard to their media center downtown, we were welcomed at each location, and it was just really nice. They accepted us, and it felt like we were part of the team, and I like to thank them for that.
Member Munoz, it was such an honor to be able to say that I was a part of a team with CAL FIRE. How awesome is that? I feel like it is such bravery. Every action that CAL FIRE takes just to put the machine together. One of the memories that I have that I will never forget was when we were making those videos for the educational portion, and we got a chance to meet with some of the staff that were working on I think it was the Instagram and the Facebook account, showing planes coming over, picking up a load and dropping it, and they were preparing everything for media outreach. And I think in that moment I realized how many hands are really behind CAL FIRE. And I think it was just, it takes it from a local fire station to rules and regulations, and it really reframed the way that I felt that I was a part of human safety for California. And it was so nice. It's going to be a memory forever that in my little tiny part, I was able to have a window into all the wonderful things the entire team all throughout California work together to protect Californians. So thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Seeing there's no further comments, we'll proceed. Again, CAL FIRE, thank you for all you did for our committee, and we're just, as I mentioned, eternally grateful for that. So with that, we'll proceed to the next item. Mr. Marino, is there any other business to be added to the agenda of the next board meeting?
Nothing more from staff.
Is there any business board members would like to be added to the agenda of the next board meeting? Seeing no other business, if no board member objects, we will at this point adjourn the meeting. I want to wish everyone, although we've adjourned it, everybody a great Thanksgiving and holiday season. Again, thank you for all your hard work this year, and we look forward to continuing our mission. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
Ditto to all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Hi, everyone. See you in 2022. Oh my gosh.